Chapter 945. After searching for another 3 days, List finally found a new natural node. However, when the natural node was opened, it appeared on Wudong Island, the 7th largest island in the Fire Archipelago. It was a large swamp. As long as the swamp was properly planned and built lakes and canals to divert water, it could quickly become fertile land. However, this huge swamp was on Wudong Island. List did not even have the energy to develop Fire Island, let alone Wudong Island in a short time. Moreover, he was prepared to treat the surrounding islands as fiefdoms and give them to his followers in the future for them to develop. This place will be called Dreamy Cloud Swamp. Leaving a name similar to XXX was here, List rode on the invisible dragon bard and prepared to leave Wudong Island. However, he suddenly realized that there was a place in the Dreamy Cloud Swampland. In his crystal white orbit vision, there were a few faint but strong colors. Following the principle of plucking feathers from geese, he and Bard directly rushed to the place where the light was coming from. It was a dry land in the swamp. The area was not big, at most the size of a football field. There were sparse shrubs and weeds that reached half a person's height. There were 6 places where the light was coming from. He rushed to them one by one and found that there were 6 bloodline fruits. They were still in the stage of ripening, and there were a few World of Warcraft guarding them. After using Dragon's Might to scare away World of Warcraft, he easily put the 6 bloodline fruits into his space ring. After that, he had time to think. Something's wrong. I got 6 bloodline fruits at once. This is definitely not right. There's a natural node nearby, and there are many bloodline fruits here. Does this mean that this place is unusual, and there might be clues related to dragons buried here? According to the rules he had concluded, as long as there was a natural node, there would definitely be a conflict of high-level magic power, and dragons were the main cause of the conflict. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate to turn around and leave. Riding the invisible dragon, he quickly crossed the space and returned to Firewood Castle. Near Firewood Castle, Bone Dragon Winnie's dragon nest was being built. It was to find a shady place and dig a big pit. Because of the soul fusion with the bone dragon, Winnie also fell in love with low-lying, damp, and cold places. "Your Highness, are you looking for me?" Winnie said happily. "I may have a favor to ask. Just tell me what you want." "It's like this. I found a swamp on Parasol Island, and there are several bloodline fruits growing there. I think there might be clues related to dragons buried underground, and I want to find them. But there are no serfs, and my digging speed is very slow. The other dragons are not willing to dig at all." Dragons were prideful by nature, and it would be seen as a great insult to them if they were asked to dig in the soil and do hard labor. However, Winnie was different. She was essentially a human girl, so she readily agreed, "Your Highness, let me do the digging. However, I still hope to cooperate with you, Your Highness. My soul power alone isn't enough to control the bone dragon's body." As it spoke, the blue flames in the bone dragon's eyes flickered. List nodded. Of course. So Bone Dragon Winnie directly transformed into her magic power form and attached herself to List's face. The formless dragon bard tore through the material boundary and rapidly crossed space to return to the Dreamy Cloud Swampland's natural node. After landing, Bard went to find a place to rest. List summoned the Bone Dragon Winnie and rode on it. In an instant, he and Winnie connected telepathically. A wonderful feeling lingered in his heart, giving him a different kind of pleasure. Calming himself down, he quickly rode the bone dragon to work. The bone dragon's forelimbs were more powerful than excavators. They plunged into the soil and dug out several tons of soil with a slight force. Then, he spread it on the nearby ground and even ground it to see if there was anything similar to the emerald dragon's hind legs in the soil. As he dug, the flat land where the bloodline fruit grew was dug into a pit that was 6 to 7 meters deep. At this moment, finally, he found something unusual. It seemed that something hard was buried underground. As he continued to dig, the hard thing slowly revealed itself. It was a wooden thing that looked like a tree root buried in the pit. Its surface was already rotten, but after scraping off the layer of humus, the inside was still as hard as new wood. Its diameter was about 3 people hugging it, but it was only 14 meters long. The front and the end of the tree root were broken. What kind of tree root is this? Is it what stimulates the growth of the bloodline fruit? List manipulated the bone dragon to grab the tree root and weigh it in his hand. The bone dragon's vision couldn't clearly see what this tree root was. He personally cast magic eyes and also couldn't see what it was, nor could there be any mana retroaction. He could only tell from the lines at the broken part that it was originally a tree root. Is there any other part below? With doubts, List continued to dig for half an hour, expanding the pit to the size of 3 football fields. He even dug out the underground water, but unfortunately, he didn't find any other broken roots. This was the only tree root here. In any case, this tree root is as thick as 3 people hugging it. When this tree was alive, it must have towered over the sky. If it gave birth to elves, what level would the elves be? Dragon elves, or the legendary elven king? List couldn't imagine the majesty of this tree when it was alive. Winnie also couldn't guess the origin of the tree root. Seeing that it was getting dark, he let the bone dragon Winnie return to his body, and then urged Bard to carry the tree root and quickly travel through space. The tree root was a bit too big, and Bard had a hard time holding it. He also had to consume spatial magic power to make it blend into the world outside of the material world, which consumed too much energy. As a result, List felt distressed and took out a bottle of red dragon water to make up for Bard's consumption. Bard had already become his most capable partner. If it wasn't for the fact that he often chewed the smoke grass like it was chewing gum, he might have already surpassed the little fire dragon Leo. Grabbing the tree root, he rushed out of the magic sweeping reed gate. Finding Achi, who was still collecting information about the magic gate, List said directly, "Achi, look at what I found. This is a special tree root. I suspect that it has mysterious power and can promote the growth of the bloodline fruit. See if you can identify it with the ancient book of knowledge." Okay. Achi took out the ancient book of knowledge and touched the tree root. Soon, the ancient book of knowledge shone, and a paragraph of moon language appeared: Golden apple wood. Golden apple wood. List was shocked, and then he was overjoyed. This tree root is actually golden apple wood? The golden apple was a legendary treasure, and no one knew what exactly it was. However, the value of the golden apple wood could be seen through the staff of time. As a support for the time diamond, it was definitely not an ordinary item. Big brother, did you only find this piece of golden apple wood? It doesn't seem very magical. Achi was also surprised, but after looking at the wood, she was a little confused. This golden apple wood looked like an ordinary wood. Apart from being huge, there was nothing magical about it. Chapter 946. Sapphire, strength increase. Topaz, toughness increase. Amethyst, recovery speed increase. Ruby, magic growth increase. Emerald, endurance increase. Pink, mental power increase. Light emerald, magic speed increase. The identification results of the ancient book of knowledge on the gem crown were not a whole, but for each gem that was close to the ancient book of knowledge, the ancient book of knowledge would give an identification result. Otherwise, the ancient book of knowledge would not be able to write 1 or 2 pages of the identification of so many gems. It would take at least 2,000 words, just one chapter. It was the ancient book of knowledge's identification of the 36 dragon gems that made List completely believe in the richness of the knowledge of this artifact and the accuracy of the identification content. Since the ancient book of knowledge said that this root was the golden apple wood, it would basically not be wrong, even if the root looked ordinary. Achi, the golden apple wood will be left with you for the time being. If you have time, you can study it. If you don't have time, you can give it to someone else, or simply seal it and store it in the laboratory warehouse. Although Achi was a magic shooter, she was only one person. The other great sorcerers could not help her much at all. Other than her, other sorcerers were not qualified for many research projects. List did not want Achi to be too immersed in magic research, so he often took Achi around to relax and waste a lot of time. Therefore, many projects were sealed in the laboratory warehouse, such as the emerald dragon's hind legs, which were preserved with special sealing magic arrays. The same was true for the golden apple wood this time. A divine object that could promote the growth of the bloodline fruit was probably not something that ordinary mages could study, so Achi would have to wait until she had time to study it. For the time being, Achi will focus on the magic transmission array, and the golden apple would may be postponed for a while. You see how it is arranged. After chatting with Achi for a while, he played the piano and Achi sang in the laboratory for an hour of entertainment and relaxation. Only then did he leave. After leaving, he did not continue to look for natural nodes. After a week of searching, he and Bard were dizzy. He wanted to rest for a few days and relax. In addition, he had just obtained 6 bloodline fruits, and there was a long-awaited job to do. Your Royal Highness, all the flying dust dog pups collected are here, a total of 21. The manager of the kennel reported. List could not forget the reproduction of the blizzard beast. Therefore, they searched and purchased flying dust dogs from all over the world and constantly bred flying dust dog pups that could be raised in preparation for the future training of blizzard beasts. Only 21 puppies? I remember that the kennel invested a lot. Why are there so few puppies? Orders of Chivalry sent a lot of adult flying dust dogs, but they are very wild. Many of them went on a hunger strike and died by ramming their cages. Very few of them were able to mate and give birth. In order to prevent the flying dust dogs from harming themselves, we have already lost several knight soldiers, but we still couldn't stop them. In World of Warcraft, monsters were usually very wild and hard to tame. Dragons, on the other hand, were much more docile. Unless the dragon's might was used to suppress World of Warcraft would not yield to humans easily. Instead, it would find an opportunity to escape. Frowning, although he was not satisfied with the results, List did not criticize the kennel manager. So, has the mixed breeding plan of falcon hounds, violent dogs, and blizzard beasts been successful? Your Highness, it seems that there are no results so far. Not only are falcon hounds unable to breed with violent dogs and blizzard beasts, but there are also other dog breeds that cannot breed with each other in World of Warcraft. Yes. List was not surprised, he never thought that it would succeed. He then personally selected 6 of the 21 puppies that looked more robust and fed them with a large amount of World of Warcraft meat. On the other side, the bloodline fruits were also planted in pots that had been fertilized with magic power. 2 of the 6 bloodline fruits were golden in color, which was compatible with the earth element. The other 4 were red, purple, green, and white. The bloodline fruits' attributes were not very important, they were all special magic power that could help any World of Warcraft evolve. However, the compatibility between similar attributes would be higher. 3 days passed in a flash. The flying dust dog puppies were full of energy, and the bloodline fruits had also matured under the magic power fertilizer. Start nurturing them. Whether or not they can evolve successfully has nothing to do with the strength of the puppies, it all depends on luck. Although List said so, he still had a choice. The golden bloodline fruits were given to the 2 flying dust puppies that seemed to be the most energetic. The other bloodline fruits were distributed to the remaining 4 puppies. They were distributed one by one. The first flying dust puppy ate the red bloodline fruit and died not long after. The second flying dust puppy ate the purple bloodline fruit and bled from all 7 orifices, but it did not die. It was only on the verge of death, it should have also failed to evolve. The third flying dust puppy ate the green bloodline fruit and there was no change. No change? List carefully looked at the flying dust puppy. No change is the biggest change after eating the bloodline fruit. This means that the flying dust puppy has already swallowed the bloodline fruit's magic power, and it will slowly be stimulated in the future. He gave the flying dust puppy named Green Skin to the kennel manager. Take good care of it and arrange the best treatment. Understood, Your Highness. Then, the fourth flying dust puppy ate the white bloodline fruit and instantly became violent. After a while, the violent energy dissipated and it directly fell to the ground, making loud snoring sounds. It seems that this one also succeeded. List smiled. The magic I observed that the magic power in Green Skin and the flying dust puppy named White Skin was constantly soaring, which meant that the power of the bloodline fruit was improving the bloodline talent of the flying dust puppy. The success rate of 2 out of 4 bloodline fruits was not bad. It also showed that List's luck, even without the help of the smoke mission, was pretty good. Then, the fifth energetic flying dust puppy ate the golden bloodline fruit and died. To List's disappointment, the carefully selected one was not as good as the neglected Green Skin and White Skin. Shaking his head, he began to feed the last flying dust puppy, which looked the most energetic, and ate the last golden bloodline fruit. After a while, the flying dust puppy's nose began to bleed. Just when List thought that it was going to fail again, the flying dust puppy's nose quickly stopped bleeding, and its spirit fell into a frenzy, barking for a long time before it became dispirited. Although it was dispirited, like the 2 successful flying dust puppies before it, the magic power in its body was rapidly increasing. There was no doubt that the flying dust puppy named Gold Skin had also succeeded. 3 failures, 3 successes, I am very satisfied with this result. List shook his sleeves and ordered the kennel manager, Green Skin, White Skin, and Gold Skin, take good care of them. When the evolution situation stabilizes, I will let Captain Emily come and take over. He did not have the energy to tame these low-level World of Warcraft, so he could only let Emily do it. The kennel manager expressed his understanding, and then asked, Your Highness, what should we do with this failed but not dead flying dust puppy? He was talking about the second flying dust puppy named Purple Skin, which ate the bloodline fruit and bled from all 7 orifices, but survived. Keep it, if it can survive, it will be treated the same as Green Skin and the other 2. Chapter 947. The flying dust dog evolved into a blizzard beast. List was not sure whether these 3 brand new flying dust dogs, 1 male and 2 female, could evolve into the same bloodline as Dosen and other blizzard beasts. He could only give it a try for the time being. He was looking forward to Green Skin, White Skin, and Gold Skin becoming the cornerstone of the Blizzard Beast Legion. 3 days were spent on this work. When List decided to search for the natural node again, he unexpectedly received a report from the steward of the White Paper Workshop. Your Royal Highness, the Knight's Glory, the White Paper Workshop has recently created a very valuable new product. The test results are excellent, so I have come to report to Your Royal Highness. The smile on the steward's face could not be held back, and his expression was very proud. Really, what new product is it? List was a little surprised. He only found a new natural node and could not form a transportation network, so the smoke mission had been in an uncompleted state. He did not expect the White Paper Workshop to discover a new kind of white paper in advance. The steward smiled and motioned for his assistant to bring the box over, and then took out a tightly bound white paper. Your Royal Highness, this is the paper towel you have been asking for. We completed the manufacture about half a month ago, and after subsequent process improvements, the paper towel meets your standards, Your Royal Highness. The paper towel was not cut into small pieces, but a large piece. The surface was very soft, and it was not yet of the quality of the Breeze paper towel on Earth, but it was already a qualified product as a hand towel. So this is the new product of the White Paper Workshop? List wiped his hands with the paper towel and felt that it was sloppy, not as good as the feeling of wiping his hands with a green silk handkerchief. This is the paper towel you requested, Your Royal Highness. It is not a new product developed by our workshop. Our new product is here. The steward took out a new piece of white paper from the box and respectfully handed it to List. Your Royal Highness, this white paper is made of hemp rope and rattan. Taking the white paper, List did not see any difference from ordinary white paper. The steward explained, this white paper cannot be burned by fire, it cannot be wet by water, it cannot be bred by moths, it cannot be torn by force, it is very difficult to cut with a knife. When we want to cut the raw edges, we ask the Earth Knight to cut them one by one. Otherwise, we won't be able to cut them. So magical? List was very surprised. He didn't expect there to be such a blank piece of paper. He used all his strength to tear it apart and found that the white paper was just as the steward had said. It looked like a thin piece of white paper that could be easily folded, but it was extremely difficult to tear it apart. Even though he had a strong physique nourished by the dragon's do qi, he still had to use 30% of his strength to barely tear it apart. Without using his combat aura, 30% of his strength was even greater than a trainee knight. In other words, this kind of white paper could not be torn by ordinary people without the use of do qi. In an instant, List thought of many possible benefits. If white paper was already so powerful, wouldn't it be nature-defying if it was used to make armor? Moreover, it was impervious to fire, blisters, and insects, which made it as good as metal armor. It seemed that hemp rope rattan could not only be made into ropes, but also into paper and armor. List suddenly thought of something and asked, since it cannot be wet by water, how do we write on it with ink? The steward replied, Your Highness, the inconvenience of writing is indeed a disadvantage. But if we use the printing method to dye the ink and then expose it to the sun for a few days, the ink will completely soak in, and even a knife won't be able to scrape it off. The magician in charge of technical support has tested it and estimated that the words written on this kind of white paper can be preserved for thousands of years. Then he added, there is another disadvantage. The hemp rope rattan pulp consumes a lot of energy. Only the upper part of the pulp can be extracted to make white paper. With the hemp rope rattan output of the territory, I'm afraid it's impossible to make paper on a large scale. The labor consumption is also very high, the production cycle is complex and time-consuming, and the cost is very high. In any case, this kind of white paper made from hemp rope rattan was still very valuable. List quickly named this white paper rattan paper and designated it as a tribute paper for his use. He wanted to use the rattan paper to copy the ancient books and compile a great fiery tome that covered all the contents of the universe and gathered the forms of the Yongla tome and the Siku Quanshu into one. At the same time, the Iron Knight and the Archmage took over and used the vine paper pulp for armor research, trying to create vine armor that was comparable to magical metal armor. Meanwhile, he also found that the smoke mission had changed. The mission has changed. He didn't complete the mission, but he received the reward in advance. This meant that he didn't need to do the mission to find the natural nodes anymore. It just so happens that Bard and I aren't strong enough right now, and the territory hasn't been able to gather enough materials to build more teleportation arrays. It won't be too late to search for new natural nodes later. He looked at the new mission. Mission, Phoenix Nest Tree Great Elf Infant's condition isn't right. It can't focus on anything, and it doesn't have the mood to nurture the fire dragon bird. It also doesn't have the mood to touch the fire dragon Leo's scales. As the elf's master, you should help it out of its predicament. Reward, breeding a phoenix parasol tree. Oh. List almost immediately thought that Infant might be evolving from a great elf to a dragon elf. However, when he saw the mission reward, he felt that it wasn't a successful evolution yet. It's very likely that this is a process on the path of evolution. I have to go help Infant immediately. Riding on the invisible dragon Bard, List directly traveled through space and arrived at the crater of the volcano. Soon, he found Infant, who was in a daze on a phoenix parasol tree branch. It was holding its cheeks in its hands and looking at the sky listlessly. Goldie, Little Red, and little purple stayed on different branches, and they seemed to be drooping because of Infant's listlessness. Infant. List. What's wrong with you? List felt Infant's heart. This great elf's emotion seemed to be dull after a tremble. It lost interest in everything and couldn't lift its spirit. Do you want to change to a new flavor of jade powder? I recently dug out a batch of fresh jade from the Jade Mountain. Many elves said that the powder is good. I can't eat it. Infant sighed. How about some smoke grass? List put on his mask and took out a portion of fresh smoke grass specially for the invisible dragon bard from his spatial ring. As soon as the unique smell was released, Goldie, Little Red, and Little Purple disappeared without a trace. The listless infant also covered its nose and jumped up. Enough, List, I don't want smoke grass. Then cheer up, infant. I've already called Leo over. I'll ask him to give you a piece of fire dragon scale. You can hug the scale to sleep. List used his passionate emotions to constantly influence Infant and help it through the power of the contract. Chapter 948. Annihilus was in a good mood, and under Leo's malevolent gaze, he obtained a fire dragon scale. Everything was wonderful. Therefore, under List's astonished gaze, its worm stalk, the phoenix perched on the parasol tree, actually slowly blossomed into flowers that resembled flames. These flowers condensed rich fire-attributed magic power, and under the illumination of the sun, they transformed into clusters of flames. From a distance, it looked as if the entire phoenix perching parasol tree was burning. Goldie, and Goldie, the three fire dragon birds, which were growing larger and had already changed into bright red feathers, happily circled around the phoenix perching parasol tree. Even Leo, who had always disliked Annihilus, came over and sniffed the phoenix perching parasol tree. He liked this blazing tree. List, look! Annihilus carried the fire dragon scale on his back and then plucked a flame flower from the cordyceps. The flower immediately withered, the flame extinguished, and turned into ashes. The ashes dissipated with the breeze, leaving behind 7 purplish-red seeds. This is the phoenix perching parasol tree seed. List, I can bloom and bear seeds. He put the seeds in List's hand and chuckled. Annihilus can cultivate more phoenix perching parasol trees. Annihilus wants to evolve, and phoenix perching parasol trees will cover the entire volcano. In the vision of magic eyes, the seeds flickered with fiery red magic power. Are these potions? List immediately had Annihilus try to sow a batch of phoenix perching parasol trees. Annihilus did as he was told, and with a wave of his hand, the flame flowers on the tree withered and turned into seeds that flew into the soil. Soon, small phoenix perching parasol tree seedlings broke through the soil around his cordyceps, grew in the wind, and turned into small saplings. The saplings had not undergone selective breeding and were of varying quality, but each of them flickered with fiery red mana retroaction. Without a doubt, these phoenix perching parasol trees were all potions. Mission completed. Reward, breeding of phoenix perching parasol trees. Illusory smoke serpentines flashed, but List didn't notice them. He was still studying the phoenix perching parasol tree. Among all of his elfins, other than the 3 rubber elfins, which were of the same origin and were very miraculous, the phoenix parasol tree elfin was the most peculiar. It only had cordyceps and no other plants of the same genus. It was also the only cordyceps that didn't need the same type of plant to provide nutrients. Unfortunately, when List met Infant, it was already a great sprite. List did not know how it evolved from a sprite worm to a great sprite. Now that Infant had evolved into a dragon elf, he had unexpectedly blossomed and bred a plant of the same genus. It was truly strange. Strange as it was, List gave Infant a task after he could not figure out why. He asked it to plant a large number of phoenix parasol trees in the area affected by the cordyceps. When these trees ripened, it would be time to pick and refine the potion. He just didn't know how effective the potion refined by the Phoenix Parasol tree would be. Now the territory could produce more and more potions. The cannibal tree dragon elf Kali alone had a potion planting scale that could match the output of all the other elfins combined. The giant algae elf Parker, the thorns elf Ella, and the latest Phoenix Parasol tree elf Infant were the main force in the production of potions. Ella, in particular, had a huge output value of the auxiliary thorns, several times that of the potions planted by the average Great Sprite. Without these auxiliary potions, the potions in the territory would not be enough. Mission, as the saying goes, plant a Chinese parasol tree to attract a golden phoenix. The blazing dragon bird likes to nest on Chinese parasol trees and likes to build its nest on them. Why not plant a Chinese parasol tree forest to attract fire-type birds? Reward, an unknown number of fire attribute birds. It was not an accident. The smoke mission and the mission that List assigned to Infant actually coincided. World of Warcraft to attract fire attribute birds. There are special flamingos on Black Horse Island, low-level fire attribute World of Warcraft. I don't know what kind of fire attribute birds the Phoenix Parasol Tree Forest can attract. I hope it's not too bad. It's best to tame them as mounts or provide World of Warcraft meat. Originally, he planned to let Infant plant the tree himself. But since there was a requirement for the smoke mission, List felt that he should spend some energy and complete the tree planting mission himself. Of course, personally, referred to transporting a group of serfs and knight to help Infant plant the tree and share its consumption. Leo, do me a favor. Oh. You don't want to? List stared at him. Then let's talk about it. He was ready to ride on Leo to launch a mind purification program and cut off the evil thoughts that Leo had developed during this time. It had to be said that with the increase in the number of training sessions, although Leo would still have evil thoughts, it was not as frequent as before. The reason was simple. A faint shadow of a knight appeared in his mind. This was List's spiritual imprint, and it began to suppress Leo's evil thoughts. At this moment, Leo's wingspan and body length had grown to 40 meters. The many volcano supreme magic in the endless volcanoes had played a huge role in his training. In addition, List provided him with food, potions, and good training guidance. He was getting stronger every day. His combat power had increased explosively. The light emerald dragon Ethan was no longer his opponent in a one-on-one fight. He began to directly threaten the gray-faced iron dragon On's position in the battle order. Sitting on the Dragon Fong platform. In the spiritual world, List did not hesitate to cut off the evil breeding fire dragon and let Leo be reborn. This time, he readily agreed to help. On the way back, List called Ethan again. As for Marta, the mountain copper dragon, it was not used enough and could not be used for the time being. The three dragons were Bard, Leo, and Ethan. They grabbed a hot air balloon-like basket and pulled a total of 800 knight and serfs. They traveled all the way through the sky of Flame Island and returned to the endless volcanoes. Your mission is to cooperate with the Phoenix Parasol Tree Great Elf Infant under the command of Leader Paris to plant the seeds on the 6,000-acre land with the crater as the center. List rode on Ethan's back and gave orders to the knight and serfs. He also arranged for Paris to lead the work. Paris was his trusted follower. Arranging her here was enough to prove how important he was to the Phoenix Parasol Tree Forest. Your Highness, please rest assured. Leave everything here to me. Paris said solemnly. I am very relieved to leave it to you. However, you need to take note that these Phoenix Parasol trees are not ordinary. They are valuable potions. In the future, a group of farmers will be stationed here for a long time. While Infant is tired, let the serfs build a camp nearby. It is best to dig a cave. Dig a cave? Paris was puzzled. I am worried that these Phoenix Parasol trees will attract World of Warcraft. It is safer to live in a cave. List also did not know what kind of World of Warcraft would be attracted. But World of Warcraft was aggressive. He did not want his followers and serfs to suffer losses. Paris nodded, I understand. Life here may be a bit boring. If you need anything, you can ask me. I will come here about once a week. List said. He would come and train with Leo every time. Chapter 949. This chapter is titled 100,000 Years of Salted Fish. August passed. There were two things worth mentioning. The first was that the green fur, white fur, and gold fur, the three little flying dogs, had all grown up and learned the most basic talent spell, Rock Spike, after being nurtured by the power of the bloodline fruit. There was no doubt that with the continuous growth of the remaining power of the bloodline fruit, the three puppies would eventually evolve into higher-level blizzard beasts. The unexpected joy was the purple skin that had failed to evolve. It did not have the skyrocketing body shape of the green skin, white skin, and gold skin, but it had comprehended two kinds of magic. One was the ordinary earth magic that the violent dog knew, rock thorns, and the other was a brand new magic that did not belong to the blizzard beast. Advanced earth magic, Rock Spike. This magic rolled up the earth from the ground and crushed the enemy like a rock. The purple puppy's magic reserves were not enough, so it was difficult to cast this magic, and it collapsed halfway through. But it was undoubtedly an advanced magic. Only intermediate World of Warcraft could learn advanced magic. The purple puppy might not have failed to evolve. It just showed the power of the bloodline fruit in another way, magic talent. It might become a spellcaster among the violent dogs. With this talent, it was no worse than the green, white, and gold puppies, and it was in the limelight for a while. This was one thing that List wrote in his autobiography in August. The other thing was related to dragons. He finally left an immortal first-generation Dragon Knight soul brand in the heart of the light emerald dragon Ethan. This meant that without a cheat like the smoke mission, this soul bond could not be broken, and Ethan would forever be branded as List. After the soul brand was completed. In the Hall of Fire Castle, List solemnly summoned his genius girl follower. Emily, you are now a sword saint. Although the name Thunder Elephant Sword Saint is a bit inelegant, it proves that your ability has been recognized by everyone. In the Dragon Knight plan, you are currently the only knight who meets the requirements to ride a dragon, and you are also my most trusted follower. The young girl knew that she was about to welcome her fate, so she knelt on one knee and solemnly performed the knight's oath of allegiance. Your Highness, I will always be your sword. Where your Highness points, I will follow. Raise your head. List rose from his seat and walked toward Emily. The girl immediately raised her head. Her skin was still a healthy wheat color, but when paired with her exotic face, there was a different kind of beauty. Unknowingly, the little girl who used to be as thin as a stick already had a unique feminine charm. The way she looked at List, in addition to respect and determination, there was also a special kind of love. Moreover, this love was not concealed. When they first met a few years ago, it had already begun to germinate. Now, it had grown into a towering tree that could not be shaken. Your Highness. Coming to the girl's side, List lowered his head to look at the valiant and heroic Emily. He sighed with emotion, you have grown up. It is time to take on more important responsibilities. Get up and follow me. Ethan is already waiting for you at the dragon's lair in the Jade Mountain. From now on, you will spend half of your time getting used to Ethan. Yes, Your Highness. Emily was so excited that she was about to tremble. She stood up and followed behind List, following him step by step out of the castle. The formless dragon bard was there, chewing on the smoke grass in boredom. The smell was a little unpleasant, but fortunately, it was windy today and not so obvious. In fact, no matter how strong the stench was, Emily would probably not smell it. Her heart had already flown to the distant Jade Mountain, to that beautiful, strong, and powerful light green gemstone dragon. Many times in her dreams, she dreamed of riding Ethan and roaming the horizon. She longed to ride Ethan successfully. Although His Highness had said that even if she could not ride Ethan, there were still Orn and Marta to choose from. But she firmly believed that Ethan was a dragon suitable for her. This was a strong intuition. In the castle, Steward Carter, leaning on a cane, walked to the castle gate to see his master and Emily off. Seeing that the little girl, who used to often eat in the Flower Town small castle, was about to become a dragon knight, Steward Carter was sincerely happy. Praise Master, Emily will be a capable follower of Master. Immediately after, he added inwardly, perhaps sooner or later, she will join the Flame family. Ethan's lair was on the Jade Mountain. In the valley near the mountain, a city had already begun to take shape. This was Jade City. More than half of the city's residents were Moonkiller serfs. They wore the most common sackcloth clothes and did the heaviest physical work. The other half were commoners of the Flame people. Although they also wore sackcloth clothes, their work was easy, so their clothes were cleaner and neater. They also wore some shells and other ornaments on their hands and necks. In addition, there were also some people who were knight or even aristocrats. On the Flame Island, an Earth Knight was basically an aristocrat. After working here for a certain period of time, one would be conferred the title of nobility. These aristocratic knights were often followed by a few trainee knight who acted as retainers. They liked to go to the taverns in the city for a drink or two, and then leave in a hurry. Almost every knight had multiple jobs, such as managing the construction of the city or going out to explore the wastelands. Occasionally, one or two wizards would show up on the street to buy something, and then quickly get on a carriage and leave. Wizards mainly worked in the Jade Mountain mine. They were responsible for mapping the jade veins, guiding the serfs on how to mine the jade, seal it, and transport it outside. Tony was a magician, and he had been working in the Jade Mountain mine for 3 months. He came from the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom and came with his great mage teacher. His teacher had originally planned to go back after the pilgrimage, but was attracted by the Druid Magic Research Project, so he delayed it until he did not want to go back at all. Sigh, although the Holy Land of Magic has the incarnation of truth who walks in the secular world, it is not a land of freedom. I don't know if teacher can survive this funding storm. Tony wrote and drew with a pen and paper while worrying about his teacher. With teacher's knowledge, that Royal Highness should not be too harsh, right? A while ago, the executive vice president of the Guild of Magic, Chris Truth, suddenly called a meeting of arcanists. At the meeting, she announced that the Druid research funding would be cut by 2/3, and ordinary mages were prohibited from participating in the Druid research. Many great mages smashed the table and left on the spot. Then. Actually, there was no then. As soon as they left the meeting room, the incarnation of truth who walks in the secular world rode over on a unicorn and made a big move as soon as he landed. A huge water blade slashed down and killed the 2 great mages who led the trouble. He then gave Chris a few words, the gist of which was that the troublemakers should directly report the name list. All the great mages who slammed the table bowed their heads and admitted their mistakes. No mage dared to question the magic shooter, not to mention that the magic shooter was riding a unicorn that was said to be close to pure girls. The unicorn was given too much meaning, representing justice and nobility. Whoever went against the Unicorn Knight was a villain, and they could not even get the sympathy of public opinion. Tony was very worried that his teacher was labeled as a villain. He was even a little absent-minded in his work. At this moment, suddenly a serf looked up at the sky and cheered loudly, "Seiki." Chapter 950. The great big lizard flew across the sky with the great Seiki on its back, heading straight for the back of the Jade Mountain where the Emerald Dragon Ethan's lair resided. The lair didn't have many decorations, but it was filled with Ethan's favorite crystal tree ferns. The crystal tree ferns had been successfully cultivated long ago, but their growth was limited by the fact that they needed mana to grow. Normal mana fertilizer couldn't meet their needs at all. However, Planting them on the Jade Mountain was killing two birds with one stone, because there was a large amount of jade or slag here. These slag were between jade and rock, and were difficult to use, so they were used to cultivate the crystal tree ferns. The roots of the crystal tree ferns could absorb the mana from the jade slag, so they grew very well. Less than half a year after being planted, they had already become a forest of crystal sculptures. Ethan lived in the embrace of the crystal tree ferns. He was very careful not to damage any of the crystal tree ferns. He always felt that these beautiful little trees were like they grew out of his body, so he treasured them very much. Ethan usually slept on a small flattened hill. Currently, he was bathing in the sunlight, his eyes half closed as he looked at the beautiful crystal tree ferns, which shone with various colors under the sunlight. There was a wine pond beside his neck, brewing the newest recipe of bone wine. Among the food, he loved bone wine the most. It was delicious, but it didn't go to his head. Suddenly, he sensed something and raised his head. He saw a familiar figure flying over from the horizon. It was Bard the formless dragon. He didn't like this dragon that ate grass and smelled bad, but he knew that Bard wouldn't casually approach his lair unless List came. Is the new knight here? He didn't move. He waited until the little ant's shout came from the other side of the Jade Mountain before he raised his head and stood up, lazily welcoming List's arrival. With the pride of a dragon, he wouldn't do something as embarrassing as welcoming a human without the suppression of a spiritual brand. Ethan, long time no see. A clear voice came from the sky. Then, a silver-white figure jumped down from Bard's back, followed by a gray figure. They were undoubtedly List in his Thunder Fury armor and Emily in her World of Warcraft armor. Roar! Ethan called out and had List land on his back. He quickly mounted the Dragon-Tooth Terrace and entered Dragon Rider mode. Through the mind as one connection, the purpose of his visit was clear. Roar! Ethan nodded and looked at Emily, who was standing at the side with her back straight. In its hundreds of years of life as a dragon, it had never met a female dragon knight. In fact, it had only seen a few female sky knights. Emily, say hi to Ethan. List jumped off the dragon's back. Emily took a step forward and took a deep breath. She looked Ethan in the eye. Hello, Ethan. I'm Emily. I'll be training with you in the near future. I hope we can acknowledge each other. Puff. Two streams of air puffed out of Ethan's nostrils. He had heard from List that he wanted to find a new knight for him. He had been a knight for many years and was used to changing knights. He even hoped that he could get a new knight. He and List didn't like each other, and it was a coincidence that they became a pair of dragon knight. But before Emily gained his approval, he wouldn't give her any face. List sensed Ethan's disdain for Emily. He patted Emily's shoulder and said, Ethan's nobility and pride need your hard work to impress him. Remember what I told you. Be brave, fearless, strong, loyal. Show these qualities. Yes, Your Highness. Then you can stay here for the time being. I'll come back to check on you and Ethan in 3 days. List smiled. His warm smile gave Emily endless confidence. Only after List rode the invisible dragon Bard away did Emily face the emerald dragon Ethan, who was dozing off once more. She remembered the truth List once told her, a bootlicker will end up with nothing. Ethan, maybe you don't know me, she said calmly. I was born a serf. I started training impetus when I was 11, and became an Earth Knight when I was 12, Ethan didn't respond lazily. A few months later, I killed 2 knight on the battlefield and became an elite Earth Knight. When I was 14, my impetus suddenly surged, and I soared into the sky, becoming a Sky Knight. Ethan still didn't respond. In 2 months, I defeated an old Sword Saint and obtained the title of Thunder Elephant Sword Saint. I'm only 14 now, but my training is still progressing rapidly. It's only a matter of time before I become a complete Sky Knight. Maybe next year, maybe as soon as the end of the year. Ethan lifted his eyelids and puffed out 2 streams of air, as if to say, so what? I've seen all kinds of monsters in my life. I may not be the first person to become an Earth Knight or a Sky Knight in the legendary continent, but I'm definitely the first female to become an Earth Knight or a Sky Knight. I'm also destined to be the first female Dragon Knight to become a knight in the legendary continent. Ethan, the legend is right before you. Let's create it together. With that, she looked at Ethan seriously. Ethan opened his dragon mouth. Amidst Emily's anticipation, he yawned seriously and closed his eyes to doze off. After a while, he started snoring softly. This was a great humiliation. However, Emily was only a little disappointed. She quickly adjusted her emotions and stayed at the side to train her combat energy. His Highness said that riding a dragon requires strategy. Blindly flattering the dragon won't increase the success rate. We must let the dragon see the precious shining points of a knight. She gripped her great sword, and List's shining points flashed in her mind. Handsome, talented, outstanding, brave, and the embodiment of justice. There were too many other things. However, the decisive shining point was what List had told her himself, forcing himself on her. I can't be as domineering as His Highness, but I have my own shining point, diligence. I'll let Ethan see my determination. He'll finally become my mount and fight alongside me. List left in a carefree manner. He wasn't worried that Emily wouldn't be able to ride a dragon. Even he was jealous of her talent. What was more frightening was her determination to become stronger. As long as Ethan wasn't blind, there was no way he wouldn't like Emily. He now paid attention to a piece of news he had just received. There was news from Black Horse Island that the Eagle royal family's fleet had arrived at the port, carrying the dragon elves as ransom. They came to redeem the Grey Iron Duke, Piero Grey Iron. They originally asked the Grey Iron family to change their surname, but Piero provided information about the Orichalcum dragon. List gave up on this request. Chapter 951. Duke Piero had been eating and drinking well on Black Horse Island. He was not a fool. He had already guessed the outcome of the Orichalcum dragon from List's calm expression. To be able to snatch the grey-mouthed iron dragon Aun away in such a short period of time, it was enough to prove how powerful this young dragon knight, who made him feel conflicted, was. That's why he used the information of the Orichalcum dragon to help him stabilize his position as duke, hoping to keep his power and wealth. How can a person who has enjoyed the taste of prosperity be willing to let go? At least Piero can't do it. Your Majesty, the Eagle royal family's envoys have talked to me. I can return to the Grey Iron Duchy after the Dragon Elf deal. After seeing List, Piero said frankly, with the power of your Majesty, I am still the Duke of the Grey Iron Duchy, but I still have to pay tribute to the Eagle Kingdom. I dare not easily cut off the vassal relationship. It was one thing to secretly change sides, but on the surface he had to take into account the Eagle royal family's face. After all, the Grey Iron Duchy was thousands of miles away from the Fire Kingdom, but it was on the border of the Eagle Kingdom. It doesn't matter. I will naturally protect you. The Eagle royal family and the Grey Iron Duchy will not dare to openly turn against me. Your position as Duke will be stable for at least half a year. But after half a year, I can't guarantee that the Eagle royal family will not act in private. Even the Grey Iron family may cooperate with the Eagle royal family. Piero could use List's name to return to his country and continue to be a duke. However, this could not change his crime of losing the dragon. He was still the sinner of the Grey Iron family and the Grey Iron Duchy. Moreover, with his secret defection and List's verbal protection, the Eagle royal family and the Grey Iron family must have guessed how many benefits Piero promised List. For this kind of betrayal of the duchy and the suzerain, even his son would want to eat his flesh and blood raw. So List wondered if Piero could live for more than half a year. The so-called 20 years of protection was just a comfort, more of an excuse to start a war. Piero smiled confidently, "Your Highness, I am not as great and strong as you. Even my son expects me to die in a foreign country. But I am not alone. The dragon family in the Eagle Kingdom who is on good terms with me will help me through the difficulties. It's good that you are confident. 20 years. I hope I can live to see His Highness conquer the three kingdoms and unify the northeast corner of the legendary continent. Maybe I won't live to see that day, but my grandson will definitely be able to see it." "Grandson?" Liszt raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything. He guessed that Piero would kill his son when he returned. Anyway, with his grandson around, it didn't matter whether he had a son or not. After meeting Duke Piero, he quickly announced that he was summoning the emissary delegation of the Eagle Kingdom. The leader of the emissary group was an acquaintance, Alexander White Iron. After a series of formalities, the ransom was directly traded in the main hall of Thorn Castle. Liszt left the details to his father, Lee William, and focused on the deal with the dragon spirits. According to the rules, the dragon elves that the Eagle royal family used as ransom had to be grain or magic potions, and their age could not exceed 200 years. Dragon elves could only live for 500 years. If the Eagle royal family sent a dragon elf that was more than 400 years old, Liszt would definitely lose his temper. It's called Atlantis. 120 years ago, it evolved into a dragon elf. It has been working hard to farm buckwheat for the Eagle royal family. The Eagle King endured the pain and gave it to the Fire King, Alexander said in a low voice, as if he was unwilling to accept the humiliation. Beside him stood a slender little man in a small frac habit, dressed like a nobleman. However, the little person's head was crystal white, and there was a cluster of light pink flowers on his head. It was a buckwheat dragon elf. At this time, the buckwheat dragon elf Atlantis was looking at Liszt with a pair of big crystal eyes, and there was a human-like sadness and anxiety on his face. It had cancelled the elf contract with the Eagle King, but it had lived in the Eagle Kingdom for more than 100 years, and it had left a deep impression on it. After several days of persuasion from the Eagle King, it finally agreed to be the ransom and go to the Fire Kingdom to start a new life. However, during the voyage, it was always in low spirits, and even the light pink flowers on its head seemed a little dull. It was not looking forward to a new life at all. It just wanted to go back to the past, to go back to the carefree life in the Eagle royal family, where there were familiar people and familiar houses. However, it had to cheer up a little and look at the human in front of it, who was about to contract with it. From the elf's aesthetic point of view, the human in front of it seemed to be pleasing to the eye. At least, he was not ugly. His facial features were well proportioned, his left and right face were symmetrical, and his body was straight. His eyes were as bright as the stars, releasing a look that made it feel good. In short, the first impression was not bad, but it was not very good either. After all, it was very resistant to the changes that had come. At the same time, Liszt was also looking at Atlantis. He guessed that the Eagle royal family would send this buckwheat dragon elf. Piero, the traitor, had already presented the information of the Eagle royal family to him, including information about the dragon elves of the Eagle royal family. Among them, the buckwheat dragon elf was the most suitable. First of all, buckwheat was classified as a type of grain, and the buckwheat dragon elf met the requirements of a grain. Second, the age of the buckwheat dragon elf was not more than 200 years old, which met Liszt's age requirement. Finally, buckwheat was a relatively low-value type among all the grains. Buckwheat had the word wheat in its name, but it had nothing to do with wheat. Wheat was a monocotyledon plant of the family Gramineae. Buckwheat was a dicotyledon plant, which was related to Polygonum multiflorum, and had triangular seeds. In this world, buckwheat was not as good as grains such as barley and wheat, whether in terms of yield or nutritional value. However, there was one good thing about buckwheat, which was that it was not delicate and easy to serve. It could grow as long as it was sprinkled in the field. Sometimes, even without the influence of cordyceps, it could still produce good yields. Atlantis, welcome to the Fire Kingdom. I am List Flame, the king here, the master of the sea, and the knight of many dragons. From now on, you and I will be partners. The Flame family welcomes you to join us. I believe you will like it here. He reached out his hand, not to stuff it into Atlantis' mouth, but to shake hands with it. The dragon elf already had the intelligence of an adult and understood a lot of things, so he had to treat it as an equal. Atlantis hesitated for a moment before reaching out its small hand and shaking hands with List. Then, shall we make a contract? List immediately raised his hand and extended an index finger. Atlantis was conflicted. It could feel List's friendliness and remembered the request of the Eagle King, but it still did not want to change. At this time, List glanced at Alexander. Alexander immediately felt a substantial and heavy pressure on him. He hurriedly said, "Atlantis, please make a contract with His Majesty the Fire King. Don't hesitate anymore. Didn't His Majesty the Eagle King already tell you that you have to accept a new life?" Atlantis lowered its head and was silent for a moment. Then, it grabbed List's outstretched hand with both of its hands, opened its mouth reluctantly, and bit List's finger. Blood seeped out of the fingertip, and in an instant, there was a wonderful reaction with Atlantis' teeth. A mysterious and wonderful feeling emerged in its and List's hearts. Chapter 952. The Buckwheat Great Sprite, Atlantis, changed its name to Yachty and officially settled in Inferno Island. It was located in the buckwheat plantation near Fire City. The plantation had already been under construction before Yachty came because List had obtained a few buckwheat sprite worms. However, after the contract, Yachty was somewhat silent. Her mood remained gloomy. The first time she met the man-eating tree dragon sprite Carly in Fire Castle, she had been humiliated by Carly. In short, it was, "Nobody wants a sprite, little one, be more obedient, can't even speak serpentine, trash, if you have the ability, plant potions too." Fortunately, Yachty didn't understand serpentine and didn't understand what Carly said. After being reprimanded by List, Carly didn't continue making things difficult for Yachty. She didn't stay in Fire Castle for long and often went out. Carly, who had earth escape magic, often led a group of man-eating trees on expeditions in search of new species of man-eating trees to generate income for List. Her combat strength wasn't strong, but her life preservation skills were top-notch. After List tried to dissuade her several times to no avail, he let it be. "Yachty, what activities do you usually like to do?" "Playing the piano." "Oh, is that so? I also like to play the piano. If I wasn't busy with work, I might have become a master pianist." "What can you play?" Yachty wasn't very interested. "I can play a lot. Have you heard of To Alice?" "Yes, I can play it." List chuckled. "This piano piece was performed by an unknown pianist when I was young. Later, I revised and polished it, and the final score was decided upon. I didn't expect it to reach the Eagle Kingdom in just a few years." Yachty said in surprise, "You really can play the piano. When I have time, I'll teach you a few new piano pieces. They're all composed by me and haven't been disseminated to the public yet," List said. After riding a dragon, his memory had greatly improved. Many of the piano pieces he had heard in his previous life appeared in his mind. With a little polish, it would be a classic, but after all, he was busy with official business and did not have time to organize his own book, List Piano Music Collection. He was still sorting out his creations, and all that was left was List Dragon Knight Training Manual, which covered all the experience of training on dragon riding. This was a masterpiece that would become the heirloom of the Blaze family. It had to be treated seriously. With the topic of playing the piano, List successfully eliminated the unfamiliarity between him and Yachty. However, he didn't have the time to chat with Yachty all day. After preparing a piano room and a set of piano scores for Yachty, he hurriedly left Fire Castle. He first went to check on Emily's dragon riding progress. Not much progress. However, the emerald dragon Ethan did not show any disgust towards Emily, which meant that she still had a good chance of riding the dragon. Now you have to manage the mammoth orders of chivalry, take care of the blizzard beast, and insist on practicing with the dragon. Do you feel tired? Your Highness, I'm not tired at all. Spending time with Ethan is relaxing for me. Well, riding a dragon isn't something that can be achieved overnight. You have to be prepared for a protracted battle. List reached out and patted Emily on the shoulder, causing a faint blush to flash across the girl's face. When she was a little girl, List liked to pat her on the shoulder like this. As Emily grew up, aristocratic etiquette became more and more strict. It had been a long time since List patted her on the shoulder so intimately. She raised her head, her bright eyes sparkling. Please rest assured, Your Highness. The September sun had gradually weakened, and the climate of Flame Island was about to usher in the drought of autumn and winter. Crops stopped growing, and food began to be scarce. Even with a steady stream of food from the Flame Territory and Oxtail Territory, it still couldn't keep up with the increasing number of serfs. In the past few months, List's Orders of Chivalry and Lee William's Orders of Chivalry were constantly incorporating the Moon Killer indigenous tribes. 1/3 of the forests in the southeastern part of Flame Island had been visited by the Orders of Chivalry, incorporating a total of 1.2 million Moon Killer serfs. Fortunately, the number of Flame people had reached 300,000, which was enough to manage the Moon Killer people. In order to show his support for his son's founding, Lee William didn't develop his fief Tulip Island on a large scale. Instead, he handed over most of the family's Orders of Chivalry to List to support the development of Flame Island. He was very clear that the better Flame Island was developed, the more beneficial it would be for the development of the surrounding islands. A prosperous market on a large island was far more prosperous than a small island. Most importantly, he and List had reached an agreement: plundering was better than farming. The Eagle Kingdom launched a dragon-slaying war against me, trying to kill me. I have to take revenge for this. Moreover, the Eagle Kingdom has never apologized to me or compensated me for my losses. The buckwheat dragon spirits are ransom, not compensation. If they don't pay, I'll take it myself. List, the Fire Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom have signed an agreement prohibiting dragon-level battles. We may not be able to do much by relying on the night level alone, Lee William, the Oxtail Marquis, said. He was still the Oxtail Marquis of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, and List still held the title of Marquis of Flame. Before the Fire Kingdom officially announced its founding, these titles would be retained for the time being. Although I've signed an agreement with the Eagle Kingdom, the Sapphire family hasn't. This time, the Sapphire Grand Duke will launch the development order, and our Orders of Chivalry will be under the Sapphire banner. In addition, let the Sapphire Dragon go out to plunder, and I'll secretly contain the Dragon Knight of the Eagle Kingdom. Lee William didn't object. That's good. Thus, the father and son quickly went to the Blue Sky Mountain Palace to find the Sapphire Grand Duke to discuss the war. Only a few months had passed, but the Sapphire Grand Duke had aged into an old man in his 70s or 80s. His breath was seriously weak, especially on the spiritual level, which was particularly serious. Grand Duke Andrew, how is your body? It seems that I can no longer hide it. Your Majesty, I don't have much time. I'm afraid I'll have to hand Sapphire to Anthony soon. The Grand Duke sighed and said, originally, I thought I could hold on for a few years to pave the way for Anthony. Now, I can only pin my hopes on your Highness. Grand Duke, please speak. I'll definitely help if I can. Your Majesty should still remember the dragon-slaying incident that year. The Marquis of Bull rebelled and assassinated the Sapphire Dragon. He used a vicious soul magic to tear the soul of the Sapphire Dragon. In order to save the life of the Sapphire Dragon, I had to overdraw my soul to maintain the Sapphire Dragon. However, the human soul was much weaker than the soul of a dragon. The Sapphire Grand Duke had long been exhausted. 2 years have passed, and I still haven't found a way to repair the soul of the Sapphire Dragon. Andy is imprisoned in the dungeon by me, but all kinds of experiments can't cut open the fused dragon soul and return it to the Sapphire Dragon. I can only choose to let Anthony continue to repair the Sapphire Dragon on my behalf after I die. I'm afraid that's not the way. What if Anthony can't repair it? List frowned and asked. Chapter 953. Though I die, there will be children, and children will give birth to grandchildren, and grandchildren will give birth to more children, and 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 more children. The Sapphire Grand Duke's firm answer moved List. He wanted to use the lives of all the males in the family to ensure the life of the Sapphire Dragon, thereby preserving the status of the dragon-raising family. Perhaps any noble would make the same choice. The dragon-rearing families were the true players in the game of the knight system, not pawns. However, List looked at the wrinkles on the Grand Duke's face and muttered, "Is Lich Andy locked up in the dungeon?" Hatred flashed in his eyes as he replied, "That's right, I didn't kill him." "How much research have you done on the convenience of souls, especially on the content of liches and dragon lords? How many valuable results have you obtained?" "I've researched it countless times, but to no avail. Even the transformation of a lich cannot be reversed. Andy relied on a divine artifact passed down from ancient times to complete the final transformation. As for the Lord of Dragon City, it has always been a legend. There is no way to achieve it. I remember more than 100 years ago, there was a great wizard called Curtis Truth who seemed to want to help a member of the Sapphire family become the Dragon Domain Lord. This story is not a secret, but there is a slight deviation from the outside world. That madwoman Curtis never mastered the technique of the Dragon Domain Lord. She intended to turn a net into a lich from the beginning. The Three Kingdoms all know about this, otherwise they would have taken action long ago. It was precisely because her lich research was grasped by Andy that she started the rebellion. Sapphire Grand Duke's reply disappointed List. He had thought that he would be able to obtain the Dragon City Lord's technique from Sapphire Grand Duke. After thinking about it carefully, he said, "In fact, you should have contacted me earlier instead of studying a way to save the Sapphire Dragon alone. You should know that magic shooters represent true magic. Even if soul magic is given to magic shooters to study, it would not be too difficult." The Grand Duke smiled awkwardly. He dared not hand the Sapphire Dragon over to List and achieve for research. What if it never came back? Wouldn't it be more tragic than now? He seemed to have seen through Sapphire Grand Duke's worries. List said, "Speaking of which, I originally had a deal that I was prepared to talk about after some time. Why don't I say it now? I went to the legendary continent some time ago and met Andy's grandson, Andre, who was attacking an orichalcum dragon. He was almost successful." "What?" Sapphire Grand Duke almost jumped up. Anthony, who was serving at the side, was so agitated that he accidentally broke the teacup. "Your Majesty, where is Andre now?" Both of them placed their attention on Andre and neglected the main point that List wanted to talk about, the orichalcum dragon. The orichalcum dragon was a mystical dragon that should have been the most shocking. He gestured with his hand and said, "Don't be impatient. Andre dared to snatch my dragon, so naturally, he will be caught by me. I've been preparing to give him to Grand Duke Andrew as a birthday present, and in exchange for some information regarding the Dragon City Lord. If the Grand Duke can't wait, I'll send him over next time. Your Majesty, please be sure to send Andre over. I don't have any information on the Dragon City Lord, but I'm willing to immediately offer all the information I've researched on souls." "Of course, but are you sure you don't need me to hire a magic shooter to research and repair the soul of the Sapphire Dragon?" Grand Duke Andrew hesitated, but Anthony, who had finally calmed down, said directly, "Father, what are you hesitating for? We are all followers of His Majesty. Isn't it right to ask His Majesty and His Excellency Achilles to heal the sapphire dragon?" He did not want to die early, and when he heard that List had snatched another orichalcum dragon, he completely realized that his sapphire dragon might really be nothing in the eyes of the other party. After all, the other party had the invisible dragon of the holy dragons and the orichalcum dragon of the magical metal dragons. The value of any one of these dragons was far greater than the half-crippled sapphire dragon. Seeing Anthony's attitude, Sapphire Grand Duke finally sighed and said, "Then I'll have to trouble your Majesty and His Excellency Achilles to heal the sapphire dragon. Just tell me what you need. The Sapphire family is willing to spend all our wealth to heal the damaged soul of the sapphire dragon. Maybe it's not as difficult to heal as you think. In short, the cost of the treatment must be paid by the Sapphire family, but I can waive the service fee." The treatment of the sapphire dragon was determined. List then began to ask about the purpose of this visit. "Grand Duke Andrew, can you still support a battle now, or can Anthony bring the sapphire dragon to participate in the battle? What does your Majesty mean?" "I'm going to launch a development order against the Eagle Kingdom in the name of Sapphire. I'll contain the Dragon Knight of the Eagle Kingdom, and the sapphire dragon will cooperate with the Knight to plunder, mainly to plunder the population. The development of the Flame Islands requires too many human resources. I can no longer ride the dragon to battle, but as long as I don't die for the time being, the Sapphire Dragon will have full combat power and can cooperate with Anthony to fight a development order war. Then set a time. It's September now. Without further ado, the development order will be launched in early October. As you wish." After List sent Andre over, the Sapphire family quickly packed up the organized soul-related research materials and gave them back to List. Then, Grand Duke Andrew, leaning on his cane, personally escorted Andre to the depths of the dungeon, letting Andre reunite with Marquis Bull. "Andy, I'm a man of my word. Sooner or later, I'll let you meet grandfather and grandson. Now is the time to fulfill my promise. Didn't you say that Andre will help you get everything you want? He's already here, so what about the thing you want?" Sapphire Grand Duke laughed. Although his body was getting worse, it did not hinder his current excitement. On the contrary, when Marquis Bull, who had always been calm, saw the pale but fat Andre, his eyes flashed with blue flames. "Andre? Grandfather?" Andre, who had eaten too much junk food, had lost most of his chi. He had already become a little fatty. At first, he was startled, but then he lowered his head in shame. "I'm sorry, grandfather. Andre has also become a captive. I wasn't able to realize the rise of the family, and I wasn't able to realize grandfather's dream." A few months of captivity had already worn away all his hopes. The once high-spirited and talented youngster had become a decadent waste. "How could this be? Weren't you attacking? How did you end up in this state?" Marquis Bull asked anxiously. Andre suddenly prostrated himself on the ground and cried, "I don't know, I was ambushed by a dragon knight, and the mountain copper dragon was snatched away by the other party. Everything is over, grandfather." Marquis Bull trembled as he sat on the chair, constantly repeating, "How could this be? How could this be?" Grand Duke Andrew laughed heartily. "Delightful, it's the first time in so many years that I'm so happy. Andy, it's really funny to see you like this. You wanted to snatch everything from the Sapphire family, but you lost everything. Do you feel despair? Do you regret it?" "Regret? No, 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 how could I regret it?" Andy roared, "Why have I been the one to serve you since you were young? Why? We are all descendants of the first Sapphire Dragon Knight. Why am I your servant? Why can you ride a dragon, but I have to smile along with you?" Grand Duke Andrew sneered, "Because this is fate. Some people are born to be a cut above others." "Huh, what a joke. You think you are a cut above others, but in fact, you are just a maggot bred on the body of a dragon." Your talent is no match for mine, and Andre is even more outstanding than all your children. Marquis Bull stood up, his body expanding and shrinking along with the trembling of the blue flames. He stared at Grand Duke Andrew and said word by word, "Although I failed, you did not succeed either. The pain of your soul being torn apart will accompany you until you die, and the Sapphire Dragon is also destined to die. You and the family behind you will be buried with me. Do you really think so?" Grand Duke Andrew suddenly felt that the other party was very ridiculous and very pitiful. The pleasure of revenge had not dissipated. "Unfortunately, you are just a delusional lunatic, and I know a magic shooter. She will help the Sapphire family cure the soul damage of the Sapphire Dragon." With that, he no longer paid attention to the roaring Marquis Bull. Chapter 954. Lich Andy was transported to the Reed Tower in Reed City. In order to study the teleportation circle, a Chi used Earth Elemental embodiment, which she had yet to master perfectly, to create a tall stone tower. She then asked the construction team to decorate the interior of the tower into a magnificent mage tower that was hundreds of meters tall. She named it the Reed Tower. At this moment, in a closed laboratory in the Reed Tower, List was watching a Chi set up a magic circle. At the center of the magic circle was the tall Lich Andy, who was tightly bound by orichalcum chains. Right now, he could only be considered a humanoid creature. His body was covered by a special metal armor that had completely fused with his body and soul. According to the information provided by the Sapphire Grand Duke, Andy used a mysterious armor called Scar of Fear to fuse with the soul of a dragon and transform into a lich. The Scar of Fear had completely fused with Andy's body and changed its nature. It was impossible to know what it was made of. However, List speculated that the raw material should be related to dragons. After all, the world's top materials were dragon parts. Among the 4 pieces of equipment he found in the statue, 3 of them were made of dragon materials. Moreover, to perfectly fuse with the soul of a dragon, dragon materials were obviously the most suitable armor. "Achi, do you think it'll be easier to remove the soul if we remove the Scar of Fear from his body first?" "I'm not sure yet, but from Achi's observation, the Scar of Fear has already become the Lich's body carrier. As time goes by, his body is gradually fusing with the Scar of Fear. I'm afraid that he'll become a real Lich soon." "A real Lich? Does that mean he's not a Lich yet? A semi-finished product?" Achi gave a simple evaluation. "The workmanship is rough, and the transformation process should be flawed." According to the legends that Achi read in the magic books, the ancient Lich was also called the Lich King. It was developed by magic shooters. It can't be so fragile. She condensed a ring of water and wrapped it around Andy's arm. She squeezed it slightly, and the armor was immediately deformed. "Look, brother. It's really fragile." List nodded. "Yes, it is." Lying in the magic circle and unable to move, the blue flames in Andy's eyes trembled violently. Unable to bear it any longer, he said in a low, hoarse voice, "Are you the Dragon Knight and magic shooter that Andrew mentioned?" "That's right." Lich Andy stared at List's face and asked with a trembling voice, "Are you the one who stole my grandson Andre's orichalcum dragon?" List smiled and replied with a slightly teasing tone, "Dragons are arrogant by nature. They will only acknowledge the most outstanding human beings. Your grandson probably isn't good enough. He didn't gain anything from the Copper Mountain Dragon for a few years, but I only went for a day, and the Copper Mountain Dragon willingly became my mount." After hearing his words, Lich Andy seemed to want to say something, but he didn't say anything in the end. Instead, he stiffly changed the topic. "This high mage isn't human, right? A spirit of the sea. A siren? It's actually a siren high mage. Did Andrew ask Sir High Mage for help to research a way to cure the Sapphire Dragon? Healing the Sapphire Dragon is just a side project. We want to study more about the soul, so Lich Andy, I hope you can cooperate with us. The sooner you get the results, the less pain you'll have to suffer. Perhaps when I send you to the banished land, you'll still be able to see your grandson. I'm an immortal lich. There is no such thing as immortal. If there was, where did the ancient liches go? Moreover, you aren't a qualified product. List didn't have anything to do today, so he had time to chat with Andy. He wanted to see if he could loosen the other side's mood and make him take the initiative to cooperate with the research. After a short moment, Lich Andy was in the mood to chat again. You want to research liches, how about we also make a deal? Let's hear it. I'll take the initiative to cooperate with the research and rely on my dragon soul to make the sapphire dragon your dragon. I'll destroy the sapphire family and give you all the wealth, but I only want you to guarantee Andre's freedom to leave the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. I'd like to agree and let you cooperate with the research, but my integrity doesn't allow me to deceive others. The Sapphire Grand Duke is a decisive person, he won't leave Andre alive to torture him because of hatred. In fact, he will only send Andre to the banished land early. That's true. I know Andre's character very well. Then I only need you to guarantee the destruction of the Sapphire family. How about it? List still wanted to talk a little more with Lich Andy. Achi, who was immersed in her research, suddenly said, "Brother, Achi has discovered the secret of the Lich. It seems that the dragon soul is easy to separate, and the structure of his body isn't difficult to grasp. Because it's a semi-finished product, a lot of the design ideas are exposed on his body." Oh, so easy? Sapphire has provided a lot of information, plus Achi has recently collected a batch of information about souls. It's not difficult to see the secret of a semi-finished lich. If nothing goes wrong, as long as there are suitable materials, Achi can also mass-produce this kind of semi-finished lich. Impossible! Lich Andy exclaimed in a trembling voice. Achi's words ruthlessly shattered Andy's hope of getting lucky. He's a knight transformed into a lich. His spiritual power is insufficient, and there are many barriers in the fusion with the dragon soul. It's not accurate to say that he's a semi-finished product. It should be an inferior semi-finished product. Mages are the best candidates to transform into liches. Without any bargaining value, Lich Andy was destined to be a lab rat. List did not let Achi immediately take the glass dragon soul. He was not ready to heal the sapphire dragon so quickly. Perhaps it was hypocritical, but as the future king of the Fire Kingdom, from a political point of view, a dead Grand Duke Andrew was more in line with his interests. The successor Anthony would be easier to control, and once Grand Duke Andrew died, the identity of the followers of the Tulip family would also become a thing of the past. Without the moral constraints of the identity of a former follower, he could make arrangements for the Sapphire family without any constraints. After all, I've become a member of this world's politicians, and like most nobles, I only see benefits. List rarely looked at himself under the lazy afternoon sun. But this feeling did not last long. In the letter, Paris reported that the Phoenix Forest had attracted a flock of red-feathered birds in World of Warcraft. It seemed that it was not an ordinary low-level World of Warcraft. They occupied the Phoenix Forest and even had several conflicts with the Flame Drakes. Goldie, Little Red, and Little Purple, the three gradually maturing Flame Drakes, did not take advantage of this group of red-feathered birds in World of Warcraft. There was even one time when Little Purple fought a red bird alone, and it only ended in a draw. The combat power of these three birds is already at the level of advanced World of Warcraft. Doesn't that mean that these red-feathered birds in World of Warcraft are all at the level of advanced World of Warcraft? Chapter 955. The Phoenix Parasol Forest was still composed of small saplings and was not lush and verdant, but under the influence of the worm stalk, each tree was full of vigor. The red-feathered birds that were attracted were the size of a calf, but their wingspans were only about 5 meters. They were fat and bloated, looking like some kind of large sparrow. List found from the invisible dragon's crystal white trajectory that their magic power was at the advanced World of Warcraft level, and there were about 100 of these birds. They shuttled back and forth between the phoenix parasol tree saplings in groups. Fortunately, they did not destroy the saplings, only occasionally breaking a few while playing. There was no record of similar bird-type magical beasts in the Encyclopedia of Magical Beasts revised by a Chi, so List temporarily named them as cardinals. Your Highness, these birds have been here for a while, and our serfs dare not plant trees. These birds will attack the serfs when they see them. Goldie, Little Red, and Little Purple are also not their match, said Paris. I will teach these cardinals a lesson. In my territory, they are my personal property, and I will not allow them to be so presumptuous. However, List did not immediately subdue this flock of cardinals. The reason was the smoke mission. The previous mission required him to plant phoenix parasol trees to attract birds, but with the arrival of these cardinals, the smoke mission did not change and was still in an incomplete state. In other words, the number of birds might not be up to standard. It was likely that there would be more fire-attributed birds coming. List had already figured out the pattern of the smoke mission, so he was not in a hurry and let Paris restrain the night and serfs here first. List went to the distant crater of Mount Doomsday to meet Leo for training, and he brought Ainfant, the phoenix parasol tree great elf, with him. Ainfant, who held the fire dragon scale all day, was in a good mood recently, but there were still no signs of evolving into a dragon elf. Of course, it did not fail, and it was still full of love for Leo. Ethan has graduated from his training, and now I have to do my best to graduate Leo's training as well. Otherwise, I will never be able to control this fire dragon. He treated fire dragon Leo as a combat partner, and he hoped that Leo could leave a soul imprint on him as soon as possible so that he could develop the armor form. A handsome set of flame armor was List's long-awaited dream. The bone dragon armor was very domineering, but its aura was dark and strange, which was somewhat in conflict with his sunny personality. Roar! Leo asked for red cologne every time they met. Its body grew even bigger. More than a dozen active volcanoes in the endless volcano cluster were fully absorbed by it, and a few of them were almost extinguished. The remaining ones also looked like they were going to hibernate. For this, Leo had to go deeper into the magma to look for the volcano supreme demon. But through the heart and soul connection, List noticed that the deeper he went into the magma, the fewer volcano supreme demons there were. In Leo's memory, the magma there lacked magic power, and it couldn't dive deeper even in its magic form. Eat, eat, eat. It's so hard to feed you. List reluctantly took out a bottle of red dragon water and stuffed it into Leo's big mouth. Among all the dragons, Leo was the most dependent on and needed magic potions. Although the other dragons couldn't live without magic potions, they only needed to maintain the necessary supply of magic power. They didn't need magic power to promote their growth. Magic power was more like 3 meals a day. After entering the dragon's body, it was digested and finally turned into special dragon magic power to infect and produce mineral resources. The invisible dragon bard was even more special. Its space gems were rarely produced and had to be condensed by supreme demons. Its ordinary dragon magic power couldn't produce minerals. It was mainly used to travel through space and resonate with the physical boundary and the world outside of it. Leo was the only one who could eat as many magic potions as he could. He didn't produce anything and just kept growing. I have to communicate with the Red and White Rose family as soon as possible and ask them to send me a batch of red cologne. But this isn't a long-term plan. After all, the Iron and Steel Ridge royal family is among them. The Platinum family won't let the red cologne flow to me. It's best if I can find new volcanoes. There were no new volcanoes in the Flame Archipelago. Although there were volcanoes on the other islands, there was no exposed magma. Unless the volcanoes erupted, it was hard to see magma even if they found an active volcano. He cultivated until the sky turned dark. Just as Liszt returned to the Phoenix Parasol Forest, Paris quickly reported, "Your Highness, after you left, another group of red sparrows arrived. Moreover, there are actually 5 flame dragon birds among them. They are the same type of dragon birds as Goldie, Little Red, and Little Purple." What? Liszt was shocked. Flame dragon birds were mounts that he had always wanted to capture and tame. Unfortunately, there were many legends about phoenixes, but there were almost none that had actually been discovered. He never thought that planting a parasol tree would actually attract golden phoenixes. He quickly cast crystal white orbit and sized up the Phoenix Parasol Forest. Soon, he discovered that among the red magic power, there were 5 more brightly colored magic power. They had already entered the high magic level. It was indeed a flame dragon bird. 4 large flame dragon birds, in pairs, and 1 small flame dragon bird is alone. His eyes lit up. Capture, I must capture them. Let them breed with Goldie, Little Red, and Little Purple, and provide an endless supply of flame dragon bird mounts for my guard orders of chivalry. Of course, capturing didn't have to be violent. With Infant, a great elf who was close to flame dragon birds and understood bird language, he might be able to take a shortcut. Moreover, there was also a fire dragon that represented the extreme power of flames. Taming a flame dragon bird would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Thinking of this, he summoned the smoke mission. This time, the mission had changed. Mission completed. Reward, a flock of red sparrows. In a flash, new serpentines condensed. Mission, the appearance of the red sparrows indicates that the Phoenix Parasol Forest is attractive to fire-type birds. However, there are flame dragon birds mixed in the flock of red sparrows. The relationship between the flock of birds is worth investigating. However, Leo seems to have discovered something. Why not check it out? Reward, mysterious creature. After reading the content of the mission, Liszt unconsciously frowned. This mission was incoherent. It was clearly 2 completely unrelated content. The first half was still talking about the relationship between flame dragon birds and red sparrows. The second half jumped directly to Leo. He quickly contacted Leo using the Dragon Heart code. After waiting for a while, Leo responded. A vague thought seemed to be that it had found a strange place in the depths of the volcano. There was a passage without magma, and there was a deep attraction coming from the depths of the passage. It was probably the unknown creature reward of the smoke mission. Even if it tried to rush into the passage, its magic power form couldn't leave the magma. If it turned into flesh and blood, the magma passage would be too narrow. It was in a dilemma. Chapter 956. In order to get what was attracting it to the magma underground, Leo finally agreed to start training in the form of armor with Liszt. So in late September, Liszt was stationed in the endless volcanoes for a long time. After a good run-in with the bone dragon Winnie, he had a deep understanding of the training of the elemental dragon armor form. As long as Leo was willing to cooperate, it should be very easy to train. Moreover, Leo's control over himself was far greater than Winnie's control over the bone dragon, so it might be easier. But no matter how easy it was, it still took time to train. At the same time, the orders of chivalry began to gather on Flame Island. The Earth Knight who had passed the political review gathered on Iron Hoof Island through the Shinlu teleportation array. They were about to cooperate with the Sapphire Dragon to launch the Eagle Kingdom's expedition. In the Phoenix Forest, the great elf Infant was busy riding Goldie, Little Red, and Little Purple slowly approaching the 5 Inferno Dragon Birds. Unlike the Cardinal's hostility, when the Inferno Dragon Birds saw their own kind, they acted more affectionately and did not show a confrontational posture. Infant also took this opportunity to establish a preliminary friendly relationship with the 5 new Inferno Dragon Birds. The Inferno Dragon Birds were the kings of the Cardinals. About 200 or 300 cardinals needed to hunt wild birds from all over the world for the Inferno dragon birds to enjoy. This relationship was like the class difference between the Storm Draconic Horse and the Pegasus. However, no matter how precious and rare the Inferno dragon birds were, List did not have the time to pay attention to them. His and Leo's training had encountered serious obstacles. No matter how Leo cooperated, the armor form he condensed could not do what List wanted. It was just a ball of flame surrounding List. Staring at himself wrapped in gelatinous flames, so bloated that it was somewhat inconvenient for him to move, he sighed silently. What was thought to be a simple training had become a huge problem. Roar! Leo also looked very impatient. It could not transform into a beautiful set of armor according to List's idea. Moreover, it suspected that List was fooling it. This method was not feasible at all. It was purely a waste of its dragon magic. It's not that you can't, it's that you can't control the form of your magic power. List shook his head. I seriously suspect that your strength is rapidly increasing, but you still haven't completely mastered your own body. You're only 4 years old, but you already look like you're 40 years old. Oh. Leo felt that his innate talent could not be measured by age. I think you should just transform into a dragon spear. With your current level of control, you can probably transform into a dragon spear. List thought so in his heart, and so did his actions. Leo reluctantly cooperated. However, to List's surprise, Leo quickly condensed into a 10-meter-long fire dragon spear. The body of the spear was dark red and shiny like a piece of red-hot iron. It was slightly distorted, and one could vaguely see a pair of abstract dragon wings attached to it. The tip of the spear was formed by the tail of a fire dragon and was covered with dragon scales. The end of the spear was in the shape of Leo's dragon head and had a few sharp dragon horns. Holding the spear, he felt that this dragon spear was like an extension of his body. Its size, length, and weight were all natural and smooth to him. Oh! This feeling is power. Leo, although you failed to transform into armor, you succeeded in transforming into a dragon spear. I can feel that the dragon spear you transformed into is definitely the most powerful dragon spear in the world. Oh! Leo's roar came from his mind. He longed for battle. Very well, as you wish. List called out, and the skull and dragon head pattern on his face immediately spread to his whole body, condensing into a set of bone dragon armor. Winnie's voice sounded in his mind, Your Highness, do you need me to transform into a bone dragon sword? I already have the fire dragon spear. List grabbed the fire dragon spear and put on the bone dragon armor. He leaped, and the bone dragon wings on his back spread out. Although he couldn't fan the air, he could increase his momentum. When he reached a high altitude, the invisible dragon bard suddenly flew over and caught him. He sat down on the dragon tooth platform and entered dragon rider mode. As his thoughts spun, Bard folded his wings and dove toward the valley. Using the spear of rat halos in conjunction with the secret technique of the dragon's battle energy, a flaming meteor shot out from the tip of the spear like a meteor falling from the sky, instantly blasting toward the valley. There was a loud noise. A huge explosion occurred in the valley. The entire valley and the surrounding mountains shook violently. In the flames and dust, Bard quickly turned around, flapped his wings, and rushed out of the range of the explosion. After flying a few rounds in the sky and waiting for the thick smoke and dust to disperse, List saw the effect of his powerful attack. A meteorite pit with a diameter of 20 meters appeared on the ground. Powerful. This is power. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha! Affected by his mood, 3 voices sounded in his mind at the same time, Oh! Your Highness is so powerful. Wuxia. Although he was powerful, he still had to solve the problem. Leo still couldn't transform into an armor. Because of this, List had to change his way of thinking and no longer force him to transform into an armor. Instead, he let Leo wrap him up perfectly, and then Leo drove him forward in the magma. After practicing for nearly 10 days, he finally formed a perfect combination with Leo and tried to dive into the magma in the state that was now named Flame Wrap. To ensure safety, he first tested it bit by bit to make sure that the magma wouldn't burn him through the flame wrap. Only then did he truly enter the volcano of doomsday. Under Leo's guidance, he quickly dived into the tumbling magma and went straight down the tunnel. With Leo's perception, he could feel that the surroundings were filled with fire magic. He swam in it like a fish in water, easily and freely. However, as he dived deeper, the stagnation became stronger and stronger. When he felt that he couldn't hold on any longer, Leo finally turned and led List into the U-shaped magma tunnel at the side of the tunnel, and gradually spiraled upward. A moment later, they had already reached the end of the magma. Whoosh! The flame wrap rushed out of the magma and jumped into a red dry tunnel. The flame wrap quickly retreated, and Leo once again attached to his chest in his totem form, magic form. Is this the place? List held his breath and carefully looked at the tunnel. With the red magma as a light source, the tunnel wasn't dark. However, after a few turns, they were getting further and further away from the magma, and the light gradually dimmed. He took out the hand magic tube, shone the light from the crystal lamp, and carefully moved forward along the tunnel, looking for something that attracted Leo. The hint of the smoke mission was an unknown creature. A creature that could live here was definitely extraordinary, so List had to be as careful as possible to avoid being killed by an unknown creature. They walked for a full 5 minutes. At the end of the tunnel, there was a flashing red light in front of him. It looks like there's a cave there. It should be the nest of an unknown creature. Winnie, armor form. Understood, Your Highness. Bone Dragon Winnie quickly turned into a set of bone dragon armor and extended a bone dragon sword, which was held in List's hand. With the protection of the armor, he felt much safer. After dawdling for a moment, he finally walked along the tunnel to the entrance of the glowing cave. Looking inside, he was shocked. The cave was like a huge spherical space, the walls were glowing as if there were countless red gems decorating it. The most incredible thing was that at the bottom of the cave, there was a bird's nest made of firewood that was on fire. In the bird's nest, there was a glowing reddish-gold bird egg. The light that illuminated the cave came from this bird egg. In fact, rather than saying it was a bird egg, it was better to say that it was a glowing translucent gem. An extremely rich fire element magic lingered around it, making this bird egg look extremely noble. With one look, it was obvious that this was an egg laid by an extraordinary creature. The energy level is very high, it's a supreme fire element magic. What kind of creature left this egg? After confirming that there were no adult unknown creatures guarding the area, he slid down the wall and walked to the side of the bird egg. In fact, he couldn't be sure that it was a bird egg, but he was sure that it was indeed an egg with life. Chapter 957. Roar. Leo told List through the telepathic bond that he wanted to eat the egg. However, List ignored him. This place was too small, and Leo could not come out. He could just ignore his opinion. He circled around the egg, carefully observing the incredible egg. The glow from the egg was golden and very bright. It flickered steadily like it was breathing. However, the glow was not dazzling at all. It was exceptionally gentle, giving him a warm and comfortable feeling. The dry firewood below the egg was burning fiercely, but the firewood did not burn. It still looked like dead wood, and the flames were made of fire magic. So it looked like the egg was being roasted over a fire, but it had not been cooked for a long time. Such intense fire elemental mana, and the bird egg is a supreme fire elemental mana. It must be extraordinary. In this world, apart from the fire dragon, there's only such an extraordinary fire attribute supreme demon in this world, and it's probably the legendary phoenix. List's eyes were like torches as he thought. After the fall of the Moon Empire, the night ruled the world. Many of the civilizations created by the spellcasters had been lost, so people now mistook the blazing dragon bird for a phoenix. However, the relationship between the unicorn and the storm dragon horse made List realize that the real phoenix was far more powerful than the blazing dragon bird. However, he did not dare to confirm that the phoenix really existed. Only now did he realize that he might really have found a phoenix egg after seeing this magical egg. I have to take it away. No. There must be a reason why the phoenix chose to build its nest here. It's very likely that this volcano is the key to hatching the egg. If the phoenix was real, it would definitely be on the same level as the unicorn. It was as incredible as a dragon, and the conditions for its hatching were naturally harsh. According to the legends, the phoenix could be reborn from ashes. Perhaps this was the place the phoenix had chosen for its rebirth. Roar! Leo shouted, wanting to eat it. Calm down, Leo. You can't eat this egg. It's a phoenix egg, do you understand? Phoenix egg. A phoenix is a magical creature just like you. Roar! Whether it was a phoenix or a turkey, Leo just wanted to eat the bird's egg. However, how could List let Leo eat a future phoenix? He couldn't even bear to let Leo eat the flame dragon bird. He ignored Leo's roar. He observed it over and over again, remembering all of the characteristics of the phoenix egg, as well as this bird nest made of fire. At the same time, he took out the shining red stones on the wall and stuffed them into his spatial ring as a sample for future analysis. No, I can't hold my breath anymore. I have to leave this place as soon as possible. There was no breathable air in the cave. List had been observing here for an hour and a half. He could not hold his breath any longer. However, he was a little unwilling. Let me touch the phoenix egg before I leave. Thinking. He stretched out his hand and slowly stroked the mysterious golden stone-shaped egg the size of a football. When Zhang Xian's fingertips came into contact with the egg, he didn't get burned as he had imagined. Instead, he felt an emotion similar to a newborn chick's yearning for freedom. It was a kind of uplifting positivity. It was as if an eagle should fly above the 9 heavens, and a whale should swim in the vast ocean. It was a phoenix, and it should live freely in the mortal world. Life and death should be vigorous, like a burning fire. Phoenix, you and I are fated. List instantly responded with his own emotion, and through his fingertips, he had some kind of special communication with the life in the egg. If you want to live a vigorous life, then follow me. My life is like my surname, Flame. The burning flame is destined to sweep the world. He didn't know if the life in the egg understood him, but he couldn't feel any new emotions. He only had a vague idea that if this egg wanted to hatch, it would need a vigorous volcanic eruption. Maybe the phoenix chose to be reborn here because it was waiting for the doomsday volcano to erupt one day in the future, and then it would be reborn from the fire. However, because of Leo, it kept absorbing the volcano's super mana, and the doomsday volcano was almost half dormant. Don't worry, I will help you hatch it. After making his promise, List didn't hesitate anymore. He quickly left the cave and returned to the lava through the tunnel. Leo turned into a flame and quickly took him back to the outside of the volcano. Taking a breath of fresh air, List sat on a hot rock to recover his strength, and called out the smoke quest. Quest completed, reward, Phoenix Egg. It really is a phoenix egg. He showed a knowing smile. After a cheese unicorn Charlie, he was about to get another legendary creature, Phoenix. A moment later. New quest released, quest, 500 years for a cycle, wait for the right time to be reborn. This is the immortal bird Phoenix. Its noble character is indescribable, and its power is mysterious. Since you are fated to see the phoenix and wait for its rebirth, you naturally have to help it. Please hatch the phoenix egg. Reward, a phoenix. Without the smoke quest, List would also help the phoenix hatch. Now what List had to do was to persuade Leo to launch a volcanic eruption to meet the conditions for the phoenix egg to hatch. However, Leo was angry right now, and List didn't let him eat the phoenix egg. He was very unhappy, and it was even more impossible to use the supreme mana to guide the volcanic eruption. Then let's wait first. The expansion order is coming. I have to take the dragons to the Eagle Kingdom to contain the other party's Dragon Knight. I'm afraid I don't have time to take care of the newly hatched phoenix. When the expansion order is over, I will hatch the phoenix egg. The phoenix egg was not suitable for hatching for the time being, but it did not prevent him from studying the blood-red stones in the phoenix nest. These were a few stones with strong fire attribute magic. The surface was rough and had many impurities. It was not as crystal clear as gems and crystals, nor as delicate and smooth as jade. The magic is a little difficult to extract and activate. It feels a little troublesome to study. Forget it, I'll just throw it to the Guild of Magic for research. His time was too precious to be used for research. Back to the Phoenix Forest. The Great Elf Infant's work was very good. He had successfully integrated with the 5 new flaming dragon birds and let the flaming dragon birds restrain these grumpy cardinals. List, the cardinals will not dare to attack humans in the future, or Infant will let the flaming dragon birds pluck their feathers. Well done. List was not stingy with his praise. Paris smiled and said, with Infant here to manage the flock, the safety of the knight and the serfs is guaranteed. There is no need for me to interfere anymore. Your Highness, please transfer me back to Reed City to contribute to the construction there. You are now a light magic great swordsman, and your strength belongs to the top of the knight. Leading the orders of chivalry is what you should do. However, don't participate in the construction of the territory for the time being. I am arranging for the orders of chivalry to go to the Eagle Kingdom. You should also join the expedition team and get promoted as soon as possible. Chapter 958. The majestic pioneering war finally kicked off at the beginning of October. The vast majority of the Sapphire Grand Duchy's fleets had already assembled and set off from the Iron Hoof Island's Iron Hoof City, carrying a large number of knights, towards the coastal hinterland of the Eagle Kingdom. There was no special timing or destination for the battle. List just felt that the coastal hinterland of the Kingdom of Eagle should be where there were more people and wealth. With the Sapphire Dragon leading the charge, there was no way to resist. The stubborn castle would be destroyed, and the Knight of the Kingdom of Eagle would still be captured. More noble lords seemed to know their ending, especially the lesser lords, who chose to surrender and avoid the battle. Lee William was the chief commander of the Orders of Chivalry in the Fire Territory and Oxtail Territory. At his birthday party last month, List officially gave him the Combat Aura Secret Manual as a birthday gift. Although half a month was not enough for him to become a Domain Knight immediately, with his mount, Super World Warcraft, Black Albatross, his combat power could reach the level of a Domain Knight. Behind him were the light magic great swordsman Paris, the sword Saint Durut Red Apricot, and Cross Buckthorn. Even Emily, who was still getting used to Ethan, participated in the battle. She was also a sword saint, and she had suppressed Durut, Claws, and the other sword saints. She had become a powerhouse second only to Lee William in the battle between the knights. In addition, List also sent 7 Sky Knights, Fox, Garcia, Derek Iron Armor, Joyce Dandelion, Speck, Vernal Ink, and Tevis Alfalfa. These Sky Knight level powerhouses formed a luxurious attack line, and no one was a match for them. In order to prevent the Kingdom of Eagle from sending out the Dragon Knight to deal with the Grand Duchy of Sapphire's usual invasion, List personally led the luxurious Dragon Legion to secretly supervise the battle. Invisible Dragon Bard, Grey Iron Dragon Orn, Fire Dragon Leo, Bone Dragon Winnie, and Light Emerald Dragon Ethan. Only Marta the Copper Dragon stayed on Flame Island to guard the territory and prevent the Moon Killers from rebelling. Although most of the Moon Killers belonged to the Serf class, their living conditions were much better than in the forest. More importantly, List adopted the strategy of division. Although the original ancient sorcerers had to serve for the big project, their children had entered the school, received good education, and were promised to become nobles in the future, which also made them less motivated to rebel. Furthermore, the territory also has the magic shooter, a chi, riding a unicorn Charlie, whose strength is like the dragon knight. One person is enough to suppress everything. In short, the outcome of this pioneering order war was predetermined since the beginning. It lasted for a full month. The Sapphire Dragon crossed more than 1,000 kilometers in the hinterland of the Eagle Kingdom and conquered a large number of castles. The captured knight was transported in a steady stream in the direction of Sapphire, and the serfs were driven away in batches without even a fig leaf. Most of them would be sent to Blazing Island, with only a small portion serving as spoils of war for the Sapphire family, as well as a share of military exploits for other minor aristocrats. List, who has 6 dragons, does not mind becoming fat in one bite. The number of dragons is the hard truth. No matter how many captured knight came to the Fire Kingdom, they had to work here honestly and become the vassals of the Fire family. Preposterous. In the royal palace of Moonshine City, the Iron Dragon Chain Palace, Eagle King Adonis Moonlight Silver threw the wine glass in his hand on the ground. Looking at the information sent by the intelligence knight, the bearded man stood up in anger. How dare he do this? List, this little bastard, the second son raised by a despicable small family, how dare he provoke the Eagle Kingdom again and again? Sapphire, this group of flies raised, are all as lowly and disgusting as maggots. List stole the kingdom's gray iron dragon and light green sapphire dragon. Andre, this little bastard, actually betrayed me and ran away on the mountain copper dragon. He suddenly smashed the table with his fist. He gritted his teeth and cursed, unforgivable, all unforgivable. Adonis, you need to calm down. Anger is of no use. The queen looked at the broken pieces on the ground and worriedly supported Adonis. Adonis pushed the queen away, don't bother me. What does a woman know? The queen frowned and did not say anything. Adonis continued to roar, someone, convey my order. Immediately dispatch the dragon knight of the kingdom and kill all the flies, Sapphire, and that crippled sapphire dragon. Kill it for me. The knight guarding the palace looked at each other, at a loss. It was the queen who stood up. Adonis, you should wake up. She then waved her hand and motioned for the knight to leave first. She wanted to speak to the king alone. When the knight had left, the queen said, do you want to trigger another dragon-slaying war? Who can do anything to my Eagle Kingdom after killing the Sapphire Dragon? Can't you see the intention behind the Sapphire families continuing to launch the expansion order? It is List who is secretly supporting them. Think about his invisible dragon, the light green sapphire dragon, the gray iron dragon that once belonged to us, and that fire dragon, as well as the bone dragon in the intelligence, and the magic shooter riding a unicorn. Every time the queen mentioned the name of a dragon, Adonis grew weaker. By the time he mentioned the unicorn, he had already collapsed on the chair. Then, Tiffany, my wife, tell me what I should do now. The kingdom is in a precarious situation. What you need to do is to maintain the current situation, train new dragon knight, conquer new dragons, and let the kingdom survive this crisis. Do you know how difficult this is? First, Karl Law died in battle, then the light green sapphire dragon was lost, then Lure died in battle, and the gray iron dragon was lost. The Blast Furnace Castle and the Iron and Steel Ridge have long lost their ambitions. In the face of the aggressive Fire Kingdom, they are only blindly pleasing, hoping to coexist peacefully. Adonis wanted to laugh as he said, they are too naive. From List's attitude towards my Eagle Kingdom, we can see that he is an ambitious person, a very ambitious person. He has the invisible dragon and has nothing to fear. Now he has caught the Eagle Kingdom and bitten them. Sooner or later, he will bite the Blast Furnace Castle and the Iron and Steel Ridge to death. Then we will compromise, make a gesture for them to see, and let them understand List's ambition, Queen Tiffany said calmly. Compromise? Yes, all forces that are not the core interests of the Moonlight Silver family and the White Iron family can be abandoned. Those nobles have been under the protection of the royal family for many years, but have not contributed anything. It is better to throw them to the Fire Kingdom. The low-level knight is not important, the important thing is the dragon. Do you really think this is feasible? Whether it is feasible or not, we can give it a try. Otherwise, what else can we do? The Blast Furnace Castle and the Iron and Steel Ridge refuse to join forces to obliterate the Fire Kingdom. We have no hope of winning the dragon-slaying war alone, we can only protect ourselves. Sooner or later, these two kingdoms will see clearly the true face of List's ambition. Adonis was silent for a long time. In that case, I will let the ministers of the kingdom enter the palace and discuss in detail. List did not know what the Eagle royal family's reaction was. Riding on the invisible dragon bard, List scouted the battlefield and watched batches after batches of knights, serfs, elves, food, minerals, and other resources being packed and transported away. List smiled like a 200-pound fatty. I thought that trade smuggling was the most profitable. Then I thought that gifts from friends were the most profitable. But neither is more profitable than waging war. Chapter 959. The Great Dragon is dead is stuck. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 960. The war, which lasted more than a month, ended before the arrival of winter. Seeing orders of chivalry evacuate the Eagle Kingdom with the plentiful spoils of war, List relaxed a bit and left with his dragon regiment. All the spoils of war were distributed on the Iron Hoof Island. According to the distribution principle, mineral resources and the like were directly handed over to the Sapphire family for distribution. List did not ask about it. He already had the Dragon Pit Mine and the Jade Mountain Vein, so he did not care about the looted resources. The migrating serfs and the seized food were all enjoyed by the Flame family alone. Therefore, every batch that arrived was quickly sent to the Magic Gate of the Spirit Island and then transported to the Flame Island. The local officials would quickly arrange for the serfs to live and work together with the Flame family and the Moonkiller family. Since neither side understood the other's language, a lot of unnecessary trouble was avoided and they could just immerse themselves in work. The captured knight on the battlefield would be distributed according to the knight's wishes. Those who wanted to pay the ransom in exchange for freedom would be temporarily imprisoned on the Iron Hoof Island. Those who did not want to pay the ransom would simply surrender and be sent to the Flame Island to be incorporated. Their families and sprites could also be brought over. List promised the knight through the officials that the knight did not need to hand over their wealth as long as they worked for the Flame Kingdom. Before the founding of the kingdom, their sprites would have to serve the Flame Island. According to the degree of their service contribution, they could exchange for military merits and obtain titles of nobility. After the founding of the kingdom, they would be granted land according to their military merits. List told all the knight that the kingdom would be founded within 3 years. The knight was reluctant to pay the ransom before surrendering. Now, not only could they keep their sprites, but they could also continue to be noble knight, so why not? The ransom of the knight who refuses to surrender will be collected and distributed by the Sapphire family. Of course, if it involves nobles above the rank of count, I will have to personally arrange it. List had already explained that ordinary knight, knight lord, and baron viscount could not be squeezed out too much ransom. However, nobles like counts and marquises could squeeze out lesser sprites and greater sprites. Although List no longer cared about the sprite worm, he was still reluctant to part with the lesser sprite and the greater sprite. This time, they captured 2 marquises and as many as 11 earls. Under the attack of the Sapphire Dragon, these nobles were no different from ordinary knight. After riding the dragon back to Iron Shoe City, List was enjoying a massage from a maid in the study of the castle. Has the knight count been calculated? He asked Gort, who came to report the distribution of the spoils of war. Thanks to His Royal Highness's grace, we've had a great harvest this time. We've recruited a total of 4,672 Earth Knights and more than 7,600 trainee knights. Gort's face was flushed red. His strength was weak, and his noble rank was also very low. But now, he was one of the first two elders of the Fire Kingdom. He and Marcus did not have the qualifications to become greater aristocrats. The highest noble rank was at most a viscount, because a count needed to become a Sky Knight. But even though he only had the title of Baron, he still enjoyed tremendous power, often managing the territory on behalf of List. Only 7,600 trainee knights? List frowned. Well, Your Royal Highness, as you know, there are not many Earth Knights who can afford to raise trainee knights as retainers. Most of the retainers are ordinary people. These retainers are counted as serfs. Just like List. He was just a trainee knight. Although he was conferred the title of Baron, his retainers were only 4 ordinary people. Many Earth Knights did not even recruit retainers. If they recruited retainers, they would have to provide food and drink. Many Earth Knights could not even feed themselves, let alone raise retainers. Marcus was a good example. He was an elite Earth Knight, but he did not have a single retainer. He raised his own horse, carried his own spear, and cleaned his own armor. List nodded slightly and asked, have these Earth Knights and trainee knights been sent to Flame Island? Yes, every time a batch of knight is sent, after obtaining the knight's willingness to surrender, they are sent to Flame Island for reorganization. From the message sent by the magic platform, there were some twists and turns. But with His Excellency Achilles in Reed City, those knights do not dare to make any trouble. Although Achi was a pure little siren who was favored by the unicorn. However, her worldview was quite different from that of humans, and with the bad teachings of List, she did not have too many taboos about killing people. Perhaps to her, killing people was like killing sea monsters that were harmful to her when she lived in the sea. So when List entrusted her to guard the magic sweeping reed gate and told her to kill anyone who rebelled, she did it without any room for negotiation. She did not have a benevolent personality. Whether she was pure or not had nothing to do with the killing itself. It was a portrayal of the desire in the heart. Killing with desire and profit was definitely not pure, but killing chickens and dogs for meat was just a normal behavior in life, and it did not mean that it was impure. Therefore, Achi could ride the unicorn and casually kill the knight who caused the disturbance. With the powerful symbolism of the unicorn, she naturally stood on the moral high ground when she killed people. The humans close to the unicorn must be the embodiment of virtue. Her Highness the Magic Shooter rode the unicorn, the knight who was killed by her must be a bad guy. Moreover, in the world of the knight system, strength was respected. Was it a big deal for a dragon knight or magic shooter to kill people? Even if a few great nobles were destroyed, no one would dare to talk behind their backs. After all, the dragon-raising family was the big player. After asking the Earth Knight and the trainee knight, List asked new questions. Advisor Gort, how many Sky Knights are there? There are 57 Viscounts who chose to surrender, 2 of them are sacred swordsmen, 21 are ordinary Sky Knights, and the rest are just elite Earth Knights. There are 45 Viscounts who refused the title and chose to pay the ransom, all of which have been handed over to the Sapphire family for distribution. How did the 11 Counts choose? Your Highness, they have not been summoned by you, so they have not responded yet. At present, only 3 Counts have chosen to pay the ransom. That is to say, there are still 8 Counts who may surrender. How strong are they? 4 ordinary Sky Knights, 3 sacred swordsmen Sky Knights, and 1 perfect Sky Knight. Well, a perfect Sky Knight, that's interesting. List was very interested in this count. There were many battles during the pioneering of Flame Island. Fighting against the stubborn Moonkiller tribe and the ferocious world of Warcraft required a powerful knight as a safeguard. List couldn't handle all the troubles. He was the future king and couldn't work everywhere. Suppressing the idea of immediately summoning this count, he continued to ask, "There are also 2 marquises, what attitudes have they revealed?" "Well, let's talk about the Marquis of Wild Wave first." The Marquis of Wild Wave, Di Maria Yuwashi, was tragically captured by List for the second time. His territory happened to belong to the rich coastal hinterland of the Eagle Kingdom, and there was a large river for shipping supplies, so it became the first place to be attacked. The strong walls of the great river Heart Castle could not stop the Sapphire Dragon. Under the Sapphire Dragon's dive, half of the wall collapsed. Then a white flag was hung at the top of the wall, and the Marquis of Wild Wave wisely chose to surrender. Gort smiled, "Your Highness, the Marquis of Wild Wave is not imprisoned, and he has been acting as your Highness follower everywhere. He has promoted your Highness glory among the captured nobles, and recruited these viscounts and counts for your Highness." Another Marquis originally refused to surrender, but these days he has been persuaded by the Marquis of Wild Wave. Chapter 961. Other than the Marquis of Wildtao, there was another Marquis captured, the Marquis of Chongshan, Elton Golden Chrysanthemum Medal. The Golden Chrysanthemum Medal family was an old Marquis family, and its territory was adjacent to the Marquis of Wildtao's. However, compared to the Marquis of Wildtao's domain knight strength, the 40-year-old Marquis of Chongshan only had the strength of a blade master. The Golden Chrysanthemum Medal family was derived from a potion flower, the metal chrysanthemum. The family's emblem was a circular medal in the shape of a chrysanthemum. Not only was Marquis Elton captured, but almost all of the territorial knight class was captured. At that time, he summoned all of his followers to his Golden Chrysanthemum Castle, ready to defend the castle until the expansion order ended. Therefore, after Sapphire broke through the castle, none of the noble knight escaped. His territory alone contributed 4 earls, 12 viscounts, and a large number of knight. "Your Highness, Elton doesn't have much choice. Most of his family's wealth has been plundered by the orders of chivalry. There is no way to pay the ransom for him and his followers." The speaker was Marquis of Wildtao, Di Maria Yuwashi. In the study of Oxhoof Castle, the first person List summoned was Marquis of Wildtao. As an old acquaintance and a follower, Marquis of Wildtao enjoyed the treatment of freedom. The two sipped tea across the desk. The atmosphere was very friendly. Marquis of Wildtao had lived on Black Horse Island for a long time and fell in love with green tea. Since then, he and the Flame Territory had been secretly smuggling sea salt, glass, white paper, and other goods. The Yuwashi family had long been at odds with the Eagle Kingdom. It was normal for them to sway to the Flame Kingdom. "Marquis Di Maria, if the surrender is successful, what kind of treatment do you think the Golden Chrysanthemum Medal family deserves?" List asked casually. Di Maria smiled. "Your Highness, there is actually a very good way to quickly subdue the Golden Chrysanthemum Medal family." "Oh, tell me about it." "Elton has a younger brother called Elroy. He is only a viscount, only 30 years old, but he is already an old blade master, not far from completion. It is only because of Elton's suppression that he has been unable to be promoted to Earl. Elton acts absurdly, while Elroy acts calmly." At this point, Di Maria's meaning was self-evident. Elton and Elroy were both sword saints, but it was obvious that Elroy was more talented and had a more mature personality. He was more suited to be the family head and inherit the Marquis position. List could use this as an excuse to promote Elroy to the position of Marquis. Elroy would definitely be grateful to List and control the Golden Chrysanthemum Medal family well. However, List had no intention of doing so. He smiled faintly. "The Yuhua Stone family can be preserved, but the Golden Chrysanthemum Medal family cannot be preserved. As long as Elton is willing to surrender, I can keep his Marquis title after the founding of the nation. But his followers will form new families on their own, and so will Elroy." "Your Highness, what do you mean?" For a moment, Maria did not understand List's intentions. The Flame Kingdom is a new country. The old powers need to be destroyed. This is not to prevent the clans from getting stronger, but to create more clans to assist me in ruling the Flame Islands. I understand, Your Highness. Maria understood immediately. Indeed, the new kingdom needs too many nobles and knight. Actually, coming to this land, even if Your Highness does not break up the clans, the powerful nobles and knight will leave on their own. Your Highness, the Yuhua Stone family is also willing to break up. I will dismiss my knight followers one by one, including my nephew Deborah Yuhua Stone. Since we have come to the new kingdom, I hope that the Yuhua Stone family can also be reborn on this land and completely integrate into the Flame Kingdom. List smiled slightly and nodded. You are a reasonable noble. Don't worry. Follow me, and the Yuhua Stone family will only continue to grow and not decline. The population of the territory is not large, but there will be endless wars in the future. Enough people will be plundered to make up for the losses of the large clans. When he summoned the second Marquis, Elton Golden Chrysanthemum Medal, Maria did not leave. He had already received List's approval and became the knight's assistant. Elton, you and I have known each other for a long time. I have already clearly told you His Highness' intentions. Even if you do not break up, you will not have the ransom to redeem your followers. You can also see the growth of the Flame Kingdom and the decline of the Eagle Kingdom. I hope you can think clearly about your choice. After listening to Maria's words, Elton glanced at List, whose face was expressionless. He only allowed Maria to summon him, and did not receive any friendly messages. With List's status, he did not need to smile at any nobles. They were all prisoners of war, at his disposal, pay the ransom and leave, or surrender and pledge loyalty. There were no other paths. If not for the fact that he was a great noble, he might not even see List's face. But, if I break up the family's followers, how will the Golden Chrysanthemum Medal family develop? For 3 years, they will serve the kingdom and work the land for His Highness. After 3 years, they will be enfeoffed. The Golden Chrysanthemum Medal family can naturally rely on the enfeoffed territory to rise again. Without a knight, how can they rise? Maria said. After 3 years, there will definitely be a large number of knight who cannot be enfeoffed. You can naturally recruit these knight to serve your family. Then what about my elves? The elves are still yours, but they need to serve for 3 years. Either you pay the price of a few big elves, return to your territory in the Eagle Kingdom, and continue to be free. Of course, if your territory is rich, you can also help pay the ransom for followers who are willing to go back. His Highness has always been tolerant of nobles and respects your wishes. Elton might have mediocre talent and acted preposterously, but he was, after all, born into a great noble family. Calculating for benefits was instinctive. After thinking for a moment, he nodded calmly. In that case, I am willing to follow behind His Highness. The Golden Chrysanthemum Medal family originally wanted to serve His Highness. After the 2 marquises, List summoned 2 more nobles alone. One was a Sky Knight with the title of Earl at the level of perfection, Geoffrey Furonqui. He promised to be at least a Marquis title after the founding of the kingdom, and Geoffrey happily followed. The other was Elroy Golden Chrysanthemum Medal, a 30-year-old sword saint with good talent and imminent perfection. Without any need for List to say more, he immediately expressed his willingness to follow. After that, in the banquet, List invited all the 7 earls who had not yet chosen to pay the ransom to the banquet, and personally called for them to surrender. In the midst of hesitation, 6 earls finally announced their willingness to follow. Only 1 earl of the normal level Sky Knight, after thinking for a long time, still decided to pay the ransom. At this point, leaving aside the title, this time, List directly subdued a Domain Knight, a Sky Knight at the level of perfection, 5 Sky Knights at the level of Sword Saint, and 25 Sky Knights at the level of ordinary Sky Knights. There were also more than 800 elite Earth Knights, more than 3,800 ordinary Earth Knights, and more than 7,600 trainee Knight. List did not confiscate the sprites of these Night Knights, but only required them to serve for 3 years. The number of sprites he could really get was provided by the 4 earls who had paid the ransom, a total of 7 sprites. According to the requirements, at least 3 of them were potion and grain sprites. However, compared to the high-level manpower and material resources of the knight and sprites, his biggest gain was the serfs at the bottom. More than 500,000 serfs, civilians, and craftsmen were crazily transported to Flame Island. What the new Flame Kingdom needed the most was population replenishment. Sooner or later, everything could be obtained by plowing the land. As night fell, List was looking at the spoils of war in the study. He said to himself regretfully, "The only thing that is a little disharmonious is that these knight and serfs are all from the Eagle Kingdom. If only I could rob the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom a few times to dilute it." Chapter 962. After the night incorporation in Oxhoof City, List did not stay long and hurriedly left Oxhoof Castle. First, he went to Black Horse Island and left the Grey Iron Dragon Orn there to continue suppressing the Flame territory. He also let the Pea Sprite Ash touch its scales to evolve. Then he returned to Flame Island. At this moment, Reed City could be said to be extremely crowded, and the air was filled with a foul stench. More than 500,000 serfs and knights were transferred here. Even though Reed Avenue had been repaired, it was still difficult to transport all the serfs out in a hurry. However, they just had to get through this period of chaos. In addition to the 5 major cities of Reed City, Fire City, Jade City, Dragon Valley City, and Estuary City, Flame Island had also opened up hundreds of settlements along the Whirlpool River Basin and around several avenues. Nearly 1.5 million Killer Moon serfs, in addition to cutting down the forest, were plowing the land and building wooden houses. A large number of wooden houses stood in the settlements, but they had always been empty and were still being built. Houses made of cement and brick were still high-end buildings and could not be popularized for serfs to live in for the time being. Wooden houses were the best choice and were also convenient to build. Because List was very ambitious, regardless of whether there were people or not, he built a lot of ghost cities first. Since there were not enough seeds and many Killer Moon people could not plant fields, they simply built houses and tried to train them as construction workers to accumulate strength for the future infrastructure projects of the Flame Kingdom. However, in the chaos of Reed City, a lively open-air celebration banquet was about to be held. It had nothing to do with the captured knight, but List's followers who had bravely won military exploits in the large-scale conferring war. Just this order of expansion alone had conferred more than 300 Lord Knight titles. These new nobles left gratefully without eating a bite of the food at the banquet. Today, basically 1 out of every 8 Earth Knights on Flame Island was a Lord Knight. The promotion rate was cheap. In the fief of other nobles, it was very difficult for an Earth Knight to be promoted to a Lord Knight. Here, one could be promoted by casually farming in World of Warcraft. The Baron has conferred more than 50 titles. The Knight of Flower Town and Black Horse Island have basically received the title of Baron. Baron Alvin Eaglesword, you have been forging magic equipment for the territory day and night. Although you have not set foot on the battlefield, you have made great contributions. Today, I have decided to confer you the title of Viscount. Before the banquet, List read out the promotion list that had been written long ago. The Iron Knight, who had once fallen into such dire straits that his family's inherited weapon, the Ice Dragon Slaying Sword, was snatched away and he himself was thrown into prison, was so moved that 2 streams of tears rolled down his face. Your Highness, I, Arwen, am willing to serve your Highness for generations to come. Holding the knight's long sword, List tapped each of Arwen's shoulders. Then, servants brought in noble costumes, badges, and civilized sticks. After a set of procedures, Alvin stepped back. List read from the list, Marcus Wheel, step forward. Marcus suddenly trembled as he walked in front of List and knelt on one knee. Your Highness. Marcus Baron Wheel, since the time of Flower Town, you have been training in orders of chivalry for my territory. You have worked day and night, trembling with fear, not daring to relax. You have made great contributions. In orders of expansion, you have taken the lead and beheaded many enemy knights. You have made great contributions. Today, I have decided to confer you the title of Viscount. Your Highness, I, Marcus, am willing to fight for your Highness and serve the Flame family for generations to come. Marcus took a deep breath and swore in the tone of a fanatic. The elite Earth Knight, who first followed List, had his dreams realized early on. Now, every step forward was a huge dreamlike development for him. Although he knew in his heart that Viscount was basically his pinnacle title. Without becoming a Sky Knight, he could not be conferred the title of Count. This was the rule of the Knight system. But he still had a son, and he would do his best to cultivate his son. As long as he firmly followed behind his Highness, the title of Count was definitely not a chasm. Handing Marcus the costume, badge, and cane, List smiled slightly. Teacher Marcus, it is time to give your family a new surname. Yes, your Highness. Marcus bowed and retreated. At this time, List continued to read, Gord Baron Mast. Subsequently, several officials such as Gort and Charles, as well as several elite Earth Knights with veteran status, were conferred the title of Viscount one after another. Everyone expressed a lot of grateful declarations after the conferment. And this was not the end. At the final climax of the conferment ceremony, List was still reading, Paris, step forward. Your Highness. The light magic great swordsman Paris, knelt on one knee. Baron Paris, you have been my guard since the Flower Town era. During the Black Horse Island era, you served as the territory patrol leader and participated in the construction of the Flame Island territory. During the war, you have charged into the enemy lines and reaped great rewards. You have personally captured the Sky Knight. Your outstanding military service is outstanding. Today, I have decided to confer you the title of Count. She was a veteran of the Flower Town era and the first person to be conferred the title of Count. As a light magic great swordsman, her strength was comparable to that of a sacred swordsman, and she was enough to assume the title of Count. Paris solemnly replied, Your Highness, glory favors you. Paris is willing to charge into the enemy lines for your Highness and serve the Flame family for generations to come. The knight's sword pointed at Paris's shoulder. List nodded and said, You are the first countess of the territory. You should set an example for all the female knight in the territory. I hope you can take on more important responsibilities in the future. Yes, Your Highness. After Paris withdrew, the conferment ceremony was still not over. At this time, the gazes of all the aristocrats were cast on another female figure that was slowly walking forward, Emily. This seemingly young girl had strength that made everyone jealous, amazed, and awed. She had also obtained the ultimate dream of a knight. Dragon riding. Many aristocrats of the territory already knew that Emily, the most terrifying talent at His Highness' side, had already begun to make contact with the light green gem dragon, preparing to ride the dragon. The Fire Kingdom could give birth to a second dragon knight at any time. Once it succeeded, she would be the only female dragon knight in the entire history of the legendary continent. Your Highness. Emily knelt on one knee. I am very pleased. I have seen your growth bit by bit. In the past, when a thin and weak little girl pledged loyalty to me in a childish tone, who would have thought that one day you would grow to such heights? And all of this happened in just 3 or 4 years. List didn't use official lines like before. He expressed his admiration for Emily without any scruples. This girl never let him down. Baron Emily, when you were managing the giant elephant orders of chivalry, you worked hard and made great contributions. In the war to open up the order of chivalry, you were even more meritorious. Today, I have decided to confer you the title of Earl. Your Highness, Emily is willing to be the spear and sword of your Highness. After the process was completed, List said again, you are still young. The title of Earl is not your final destination. Continue to work hard. As you wish, your Highness. Looking at the followers who were conferred titles and those who were not, List smiled and said, those who are not conferred titles, continue to work hard. Those who are conferred titles, continue to work even harder. Within 3 years, the Fire Kingdom will be established. When the kingdom is established, you will be conferred lands according to your titles. I hope that by then, countless aristocrats will be born from you. Your Highness, please. At this point, the conferment ceremony ended, and the banquet started immediately. Please remember the original domain name of this book. 9 Heavens Godly Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 963. Early the next morning, after List finished his morning training, he held another high-level noble meeting. Not only the Knight of the Flame territory, but also the noble knight who had just been captured from the Eagle Kingdom, and 2 mages attended the meeting. The knight and mages were all seated at the conference table. Butler Carter, together with a few servants, poured a cup of fragrant milk in front of every knight and sorcerer with a long spout iron kettle. List picked up the cup and tasted it gracefully. This milk tea is different. D. Maria, you may not know since you just arrived. This is the milk produced by the dragon-type cow, Banpo cow. Long-term drinking has great benefits for training. The ranch is expanding the scale of Banpo cow. In the future, all the knight of the kingdom, especially the young knight, will be able to drink Banpo cow's milk. D. Maria picked up the cup, tasted it deeply, and could not help but praise, it's indeed the milk produced by the cow. The effect can't be felt yet, but the taste is fragrant. It's better than any milk I've ever drunk. It's indeed delicious. The taste is delicate and soft. It's enough to drink Banpo cow's milk every day. Your Highness, I didn't expect to be able to drink the milk of a dragon-type cow one day. The new nobles were full of admiration. Whether they liked it or not, it was right to brag. In fact, Banpo cow's milk was indeed worth bragging about. Among the dragon-type creatures, dragon-type wild beasts were the lowest level, but they were also the rarest. According to List and Achi's research speculation, the conditions to infect dragon-type wild beasts were very harsh. It had to be a young dragon to infect wild beasts, and the bloodline infection power would not cause the beast to explode. Adult dragons basically did not have the possibility of infecting dragon-type wild beasts. The bloodline infection power was very violent, and non-Warcraft could not withstand it. Therefore, dragon-type wild beasts had always been rare. The Sapphire family had raised the Sapphire dragon for 100 or 200 years. There was only a group of blue-blood horses that were unknown if they were infected by the Sapphire dragon. The royal families of the 3 kingdoms all had some dragon beasts that were infected by adult dragons. Young dragons and dragon-type wild beasts were almost unheard of. List controlled 3 types of dragon beasts, black blood horse, Banpo cattle, and estuary pig. He still had 2 young dragons, the fire dragon Leo and the invisible dragon Bard. In the future, he would continue to explore the infectious power of their bloodline and infect more dragon-type beasts. After drinking the milk tea, the meeting entered the main topic. List was not a fan of long-winded arguments, and he always got straight to the point. The influx of knight and civilians has injected new blood into the development of Blazing Island. Population is always the source of a country's development. But we also need to see the current chaos in the territory. After a pause, he continued, the management work is very difficult, but I believe that all of you can handle it well. In 1 month, I need to see all the new and old people living and working in peace and contentment. As for the new knight, you must also adapt to your new identity within this month and coordinate your work direction. As you wish, Your Highness. The followers responded in unison. List nodded and said, I don't often stay in Firewood Castle. My father, Marquis Oxtail, will be staying in Firewood Castle for a long time. When I leave, he will be in charge of the development of the territory. Li William took over List's topic and said, Everyone, let us work hard for the establishment of the Fire Kingdom. As the father of the Dragon Knight and the father of the future king, he was in charge of the development of the territory. The knight class would not have any objections. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement. List announced the second personnel decision, the development of the kingdom is huge, and the transportation is not convenient. In order to better assist Marquis Oxtail in his management work, I will directly set up a development committee as a temporary cabinet before the establishment of the Fire Kingdom. Every royal family would set up a cabinet, and the nobles would enter the palace as ministers to coordinate the affairs of the kingdom. Although the Fire Kingdom had not been established yet, it was only a matter of time. Therefore, it was necessary to set up a temporary cabinet. In the current situation where there was no land to enjoy, the noble knight who participated in the meeting all looked at List with hope, hoping that he could be selected as a member of the development committee. List's gaze swept over the many noble knight who were eager to try. He directly announced, Marquis Oxtail will be the chairman, D. Maria Uwashi will be the vice-chairman, Gort, Marcus, Elton Golden Chrysanthemum, Geoffrey Furonqui, Duarte Red Apricot, Emily, and Paris will be the committee members. Chris and Kenley will be the special committee members to coordinate the Guild of Magic's participation in the development of the territory. When the results came out, some were pleasantly surprised, some were disappointed, but no one raised any objections. It was reasonable for Marquis Oxtail to be the chairman. D. Maria, who had just surrendered, immediately became the vice-chairman. This was completely List's way of thanking him for his performance in persuading List to surrender. Moreover, D. Maria was a domain knight and had been a marquis for many years. His original fief was also very rich, and his management work was trustworthy. Gort and Marcus had low ranks and low strength, but they were List's confidants. During the Flower Town era, they had served as List's teachers, and their relationship was not ordinary. Geoffrey had also just surrendered. He was a domain knight at the perfection level, in his prime, and had a heart to improve. List was looking forward to his performance. Duarte was a count who had already surrendered during the Black Horse Island era, so it was reasonable for him to be valued. There was no need to talk about Emily, as she was the only candidate for the Dragon Knight plan. There was also no need to talk about Paris, as many people in the territory were rumored to be the Lord's secret lover. Only Elton, who had been strongly advocated by the two marquises during the discussion between List, Li William, and D. Maria last night. List himself looked down on this kind of good-for-nothing who liked to suppress his brothers. He was born as a second son, and he always felt that the noble families were too harsh on the second sons. China traditionally had the concept of more children bringing more blessings, but the nobles here only needed one child. If they had more, there would not be enough resources to nurture them, so they could only be kicked out of the family and let the second son fight on his own. Of course, the greater the noble, the less harsh the concept of second sons. After all, the family was rich, and they did not mind nurturing a few more children. Elton was born a great noble, but he treated his more talented younger brother harshly. It was clear that his character was poor. However, Li William and D. Maria believed that the territory was in chaos at this stage, and that it was key to stabilize the knight hierarchy as soon as possible. And if a noble with a high rank was put in an important position, the knight hierarchy would quickly feel at ease. List did not worry too much about such things, and readily went with the flow. Thus, Elton joined the development committee. As for the two great magicians, Chris and Kenley, they served as special committee members to coordinate the Guild of Magic. They themselves did not participate in the construction of the territory, but focused on the research work of the Guild of Magic, as an existence similar to the Academy of Sciences. Everyone, the important task of developing Flame Island will be handed over to you. As you wish, Your Highness. At the end of the meeting, the development committee announced to the public, and the significance of the temporary cabinet quickly became apparent. All official work was no longer crowded on List's desk. Therefore, he took some time, brought a chi, and quickly headed to the volcano of Doomsday. Through the deal of 20 bottles of red dragon water, Leo had already agreed to cause an eruption at the volcano of Doomsday. Chapter 964. A chi couldn't dive under the volcano, so she could only wait for the phoenix to be born before doing research, or study the blood-red rough stone named Stone of Phoenix Blood. The stone was rich in fire magic. After a chi's preliminary research, the function of this stone was to condense fire magic. It could rely on some special properties to gather the free fire magic in the surrounding air to form an abundant fire environment. The accumulation of many stone of phoenix blood was equivalent to building a magic circle to provide an incubation environment for the phoenix egg. After the phoenix is born, these stone of phoenix blood can be mined and condensed into a fire training field in the Night Academy for the Night with fire chi to cultivate. List thought, and the stone of phoenix blood can be placed together with the phoenix perching parasol tree to attract more red sparrows and flame dragon birds. Once these firebirds were tamed as mounts, they would definitely be powerful. The elite guards of the Burning Legion, orders of chivalry, could rely on red sparrows and flame dragon birds as mounts. The Sky Knight rode the flame dragon bird, and the elite Earth Knight rode the red sparrow. A chi, I'll go down with Leo to check if there's anything wrong with the egg. If there's no problem, we'll guide the volcano to erupt today and help the phoenix be born. Okay. Soon, List, wrapped in Leo's flames, came to the dry passage with ease and trotted all the way into the cave. The phoenix egg didn't change, and the dead branches below were still burning. Touching the egg with his fingers, he felt the yearning for freedom again. This was a primitive emotion, not a soul with subjective consciousness. But he still couldn't help but rely on the unreliable emotional communication with the phoenix egg until he couldn't hold his breath. Back to the ground. It's time to start. List rode on Leo, took a deep breath, and began to circle around the crater of Doomsday. Leo's dragon magic quickly resonated with the lingering magic of the volcano. This was a kind of innate magical ability that originated from the bloodline instinct. When the resonance reached the level of resonance, the crater of Doomsday, which used to be calm and only emitted hot air, trembled slightly from the depths of the ground. The trembling tremors increased as Leo continued to circle. What came out of the crater was no longer just hot air, but also thick black smoke. The mountain also began to collapse. Rocks cracked in many places and rolled down the mountain. The ground within dozens of kilometers was shaking, and the clouds in the sky were stirred up by the tremors. They quickly gathered into ring-shaped dark clouds and connected with the volcanic smoke, forming a black umbrella. Suddenly, a mouthful of dark red lava spewed out from the crater of the volcano, but it soon stopped. But in less than a minute, another mouthful of dark red magma spewed out, and then the magma began to erupt intermittently. Looking from afar, the volcano of Doomsday looked like it was breathing rapidly, constantly expanding and shrinking, accumulating energy in preparation for the moment when it would erupt. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, List and Leo had already been at the resonance volcano for 20 minutes. At this moment, the volcano of Doomsday that had been accumulating power finally welcomed its earth-shattering moment. The thick smoke between the heavens and the earth was suddenly dispersed by a pillar of fiery red magma. This magma pillar was like a spear piercing the sun, piercing through the rainbow and shooting up to 300 meters into the sky. The splashing magma was like exploding fireworks. The fiery red magma splashed everywhere, quickly drowning the entire volcano of Doomsday. At this moment, it was as if the magma pillar was the entire world, destroying the heavens and the earth. Chi was riding Charlie the unicorn. She had already hidden very far away, but she could still feel the heat from the volcano eruption. Charlie, this is the masterpiece of Big Brother and Leo. Isn't it beautiful? Snort. Charlie let out a snort of unknown meaning. Although it was a magical unicorn, many of its habits were not much different from a horse. The phoenix is about to come out. In the legends, the phoenix is a magical creature like you, Charlie. A chi touched Charlie's mane and said. Charlie shook his head, as if expressing his disdain. Around the magma pillar. Leo panted heavily as he dodged the falling magma. He was not afraid of the burning magma at all, but he had to be careful with List on his back. If he caused the volcano to erupt and burned his knight to death, then it would be a huge joke. Fortunately, when the magma pillar gradually weakened and only thick smoke was left, Leo and List were still unharmed. It was just that they had used up a lot of supreme magic. But with the red dragon water, Leo did not suffer a loss. Moreover, after causing the volcano to erupt, he felt many volcano supreme magic become active again. He breathed deeply and absorbed these volcano supreme magic. Let's go, Leo. Wrap yourself in flames. Let's go take a look at the phoenix egg. List took a deep breath of the outside air and rode Leo into the mouth of the flame amidst the thick smoke. The magma was still slowly overflowing. Diving into the depths of the magma, he could feel that there were many cracks in the entire magma tunnel. Luckily, the main tunnels were still intact, and the branching dry tunnels did not collapse due to the tremors of the volcano. Running quickly, he rushed into the cave. The circular cave walls were full of cracks, and dense volcano supreme magic gathered here. Golden light flashed violently. That was the phoenix egg struggling to break out of its shell. But what surprised List was that the egg could not break out of its shell. The phoenix inside seemed to be struggling and could not come out. When he got closer, he could feel the phoenix's primitive emotions, unwillingness and anxiety. A strong impact on his senses. What's going on? According to the information from the phoenix egg, it needs a volcanic eruption to break out of its shell. Why can't it do it? List frowned. He focused and summoned the smoke mission. Mission: 1 reincarnation every 500 years. Wait for the opportunity to be reborn. This is the immortal phoenix. Its noble character is indescribable, and its power is mysterious. Since you are fated to see the phoenix and wait for its rebirth, you must naturally help it. Please hatch the phoenix egg. Reward: a phoenix. There were no changes, and there was not much information for him to learn from. The power of fate wants me to help it. I have already used 20 red dragon water in exchange for Leo's help. It can be said that I am helping it with everything I have. Why is it still not successful? Seeing that the phoenix egg's struggle was getting weaker and weaker, List began to feel anxious. Could it be that you want me to help break the egg? This was obviously just a thought. He reached out to touch the flashing phoenix egg, trying to get new information from it. However, in the emotional exchange, he could only feel the despair of the phoenix. He could not get any useful information, the phoenix egg had not hatched yet, and the soul did not seem to have formed, so he could not get any clear information. Roar! Leo sensed the phoenix's imminent danger through List, so he immediately sent out his consciousness. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the phoenix egg hadn't died yet and eat it to nourish himself. Eat? List suddenly thought of something and quickly took out 3 phoenix feathers from his spatial ring. These were not phoenix feathers, but the tail feathers of the fire dragon bird. Most of them had been absorbed by Leo, and only 3 were left for emergencies. He quickly placed the phoenix feathers on top of the phoenix egg. In the next moment, the phoenix seemed to feel something. The surface of the egg flashed, and the 3 phoenix feathers turned into ashes. All the magic was absorbed by the egg. But this magic was obviously not enough to satisfy the need for the phoenix to hatch. List could only look at Leo again. Leo, it's time for you to perform again. Chapter 965. Oh. As expected, Leo rejected him without hesitation. Let's be reasonable. If you didn't absorb all the volcano super magic in the volcano of Doomsday, the Phoenix would have enough magic to incubate. Of course, it's not your fault. It's all ownerless resources. Whoever gets it can have it. Besides, Flame Island is my territory. He quickly communicated with Leo in his mind. Reasoning was useless. In the end, he traded with the Red Dragon water. With the continuous consumption, List only had 50 bottles of Red Dragon water left. Leo quickly stated his bottom line price, 50 tubes. He wanted to squeeze out all of List's stock in one go. Okay. At this critical moment, List could not bargain. Since both his hands were his dragons, it was not a loss to give the Red Dragon water to Leo. Quickly. He put his hand on the Phoenix egg. Leo's dragon super magic flowed through his hand and into the Phoenix egg through his fighting energy meridian. Like rain after a long drought, the Phoenix egg sensed the dragon super magic and began to absorb crazily. An endless stream of dragon super magic entered the Phoenix egg, causing the golden light on the egg to shine again. The Phoenix could break out of the egg at any time. However, something unexpected happened. At this moment, Leo, who was attached to List's chest, activated his magic at lightning speed. Not only did he pull back all the leaked dragon super magic, but he also sucked all the magic in the Phoenix egg into List's body. Then, the essence of the Phoenix egg began to flow toward where he was attached. He was going back on his word and directly swallowed the Phoenix egg. Stop, Leo. List did not have the time to express his anger at Leo's behavior. He overestimated the evil dragon's character. He thought that by using emotion, reason, and benefits, he could make the dragon compromise. He did not expect that Leo would go back on his word because of his lust. The Phoenix egg lost its luster at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it became a dark red stone the size of a football. Its essence entered List's body along with Leo's magic. Even that primitive consciousness entered List's body and quickly connected with his thoughts. He could sense that the pure, unadulterated soul was on the verge of collapse before it could even form a complete Phoenix personality. Leo exuded a greedy thought, wanting to devour everything about the Phoenix. However, List acted decisively at this moment. He quickly activated his dragon warrior energy and forcefully cut off Leo's magic power, cutting off his greed for the Phoenix essence. He then tried to reverse the flow of his chi and send the Phoenix essence back into the egg. It didn't matter if he couldn't hatch it for the time being. He could hatch it again in the future. It was a pity, the nature of the Phoenix egg had changed along with the extraction of the Phoenix essence, and it could no longer receive any magic. In the blink of an eye, the Phoenix essence fused into List's body, fusing into his limbs and bones, fusing into the depths of his cells. The Phoenix's primordial soul was also pulled into his soul by the power in his mind. His spiritual force, which had already been strengthened by the power of destiny, expanded even more at this moment, and his mind was filled with countless pieces of information. The most obvious manifestation was in his eyes, where flames burned and danced. Inheritance. Phoenix. I actually fused with the Phoenix, or has my body become a carrier for the Phoenix's rebirth? The information flow was too powerful. It was the innate ability of the Phoenix's bloodline. This made List instantly understand what had just happened. The Phoenix had the ability to be reborn from the ashes. After being schemed against by List, when it was about to die, it relied on its instinct to fuse its ability with List's body, wanting to be reborn in List's body. It was unknown what would happen after the rebirth. Would List obtain everything about the Phoenix, or would the Phoenix replace List, or would the two coexist in the same body? However, none of this happened. The power of destiny took action. The smoke dragon's power attached to List's body directly pulled the Phoenix's primordial soul over, using it as nourishment for List's soul. Thus, the phoenix's rebirth ability fell silent and sank into the depths of List's body. It's a pity that there are no more phoenixes in this world, he sighed. However, the next moment, the flames in his eyes suddenly flickered with a bright light. But, I am a phoenix now. Then, flames rose from his body. The next second, List's hands seemed to quickly melt into flames. From the flames, a pair of wings covered in golden feathers condensed. He suddenly flapped his wings, bent his legs, and jumped. His whole body rose into the air and flew around the spherical cave. The flames on his body became stronger and stronger, completely melting him. The flames did not extinguish, but what was wrapped in it was no longer a human. Instead, it was a phoenix bathed in golden and red flames. It was handsome, slender, and had golden and red gem-like feathers. Its whole body was similar to a fire dragon bird, but flames accompanied every part of its body at all times. Its tail was no longer 7 tail feathers, but 9 tail feathers made of flames. Gold and red reflected each other, and the flames and feathers merged into one. At this moment, the phoenix that List had transformed into was the flames, and the flames were the phoenix. What a wonderful feeling, a miraculous experience. Leo's scheme, although the phoenix hatching failed, gave me an ability similar to a druid's transformation. The phoenix's essence had already integrated into his limbs, bones, and the depths of all his cells, just like the blood code of the sun's child. This was most likely a transformation spell established at the genetic level. And his soul had just devoured the phoenix's original soul, so it was easy to control the phoenix's power. Roar! Leo was still attached to the phoenix-incarnated List's body. Although he coveted the phoenix's power, he could no longer seize it. His heart stirred. List retracted the phoenix's power and regained his human body. He equipped his chi equipment and put on his clothes again to avoid exposing himself. Even if there was no one around, he could not casually expose his body. He quickly stored the already dim phoenix egg as well as the extinguished pile of firewood into his space ring. Looking at the phoenix blood stone on the cave wall, he sank into contemplation. In a flash, smoke serpentines floated before his eyes. Mission failed. You devoured the phoenix. This was his second smoke mission failure. Previously, he failed to evolve the tulip sprite worm, and this time, he failed to hatch the phoenix. It was a pity, but it was also a blessing in disguise, as he obtained the ability to transform into the phoenix. After returning, I have to speed up the process of restraining Leo. I have to complete the spirit imprint as soon as possible, so as to avoid this kind of situation from happening again in the future. He could not be angry with Leo. Leo's nature was that of a vicious dragon, and everything stemmed from its instincts. He could only blame himself for not being prepared enough to thoroughly control Leo. At this time, a new smoke mission was issued. Mission: the demise of a worldly oddity often indicates the changes of the times. Even fate is constantly changing. You have to learn to make the right choice amidst the many changes and grasp the laws of the world. Please leave behind a fire seed for the phoenix. Reward: birds paying homage to the phoenix. Chapter 966. Preserve the fire seed for the phoenix. When List saw the content of the smoke mission, his eyes suddenly lit up. This meant that the phoenix might not really die, there was still hope for it to be born. But what should I do? He inexplicably thought of the phoenix egg he had put in the space ring. Although it had lost its essence and become a lifeless stone, he had not carefully verified whether there was still a phoenix aura in it. Perhaps this magical creature had other ways to preserve the fire seed. Go back and analyze the situation with a chi, let her study how to preserve the phoenix fire seed. I can't think of a way here. He glanced at the stone of phoenix blood on the walls of the cave. He really wanted to dig all of them out, but this cave was neither big nor small. He could extract at least 100 tons of stone of phoenix blood, and it would take a long time to dig them all out. Moreover, no serfs could come down, so he had to dig out the phoenix blood stone by himself, which was very troublesome. I will leave it for the time being. If the phoenix egg really retains the fire seed, perhaps this is still the best place to breed the phoenix. As long as the volcano of doomsday is not extinguished, sooner or later a real phoenix can be reborn here. He shook his head. He spoke to Fire Dragon Leo in his heart, Leo, don't come to the volcano of doomsday to cultivate in the future. I will seal this place and breed the phoenix. Roar. Leo was very reluctant, but he had already understood the suppressed anger in List's heart, so he didn't dare to act rashly. List gained the ability to transform into a phoenix through misfortune, but he still hoped to get a single, real phoenix. After all, after obtaining the ability to transform into a phoenix, his body had undergone unknown changes, and he couldn't guess whether this change was good or bad. However, as described in the Smoke Mission, even fate was constantly changing. Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. Now that the choice had been made, the bad choice had to be made up for as soon as possible and get back on the right track. The good choice had to continue to go in and accumulate greater benefits. Let's go. List did not call Leo to transform into a flame. Instead, he leaped and quickly transformed into a noble, beautiful, and domineering phoenix with a wingspan of 3 meters and a body length of 3 meters. Although his body was not big, he was like a monarch in the flames, and his brilliance was unfathomable. The wings flapped. Like a fiery red arrow, it sped through the passageway. This was not because it relied on air currents to fly, but because of the phoenix's innate ability to control fire, allowing it to fly as gracefully as a flame. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the magma. Without any hesitation, he dived into the magma. Like a ball of fire, List quickly merged with magma. At this moment, List also had the abilities of Fire Dragon Leo. That was because the phoenix he had transformed into was also made up of fire attribute supreme demons. However, the nature of the fire attribute was slightly different, and it had a more endless charm. Leo's fire element was the ultimate fire element magic power with the eternal nature. The phoenix's supreme fire element magic power, on the other hand, was the ultimate fire element magic power with the property of resurrection. Both types of fire super spells were the ultimate manifestation of fire mana, but in different directions. Just like how every species of dragon had different supreme magic, it seemed that once a creature developed to the supreme magic level, it would obtain a unique extreme. As List flew through the magma, a lot of information continuously attacked List's soul. These were all engraved in his phoenix bloodline. Splash! Soon, he rushed out of the magma and into the dark sky. At this moment, the sky was filled with thick volcanic clouds, which blocked the sun's illumination. He quickly rushed into the sky, soaring for 90,000 miles until he broke through the dark gray volcanic clouds and reached a higher sky, where he could see the entire mountain and land. Only then did he steadily hover in the air. The golden and red feathers and flames made his phoenix incarnation look like a new red sun. Flying on a dragon and flying on his own were two completely different feelings. At this moment, he really wanted to open his mouth and cheer loudly. However, from the phoenix's beak came a mysterious, rhythmic cry that was sharp, sonorous, dignified, and lively. Screech! It was similar to the cry of the flame dragon bird, but the nobility revealed in it was not something that the flame dragon bird could have. In the phoenix's field of vision, he looked like a normal human, but he could see many red spots of light on the ground. He could instinctively distinguish the nature of those flames, the magic power of the volcano, the magic power of the magical beasts, the magic power of the plants, the natural flames, and the fire magic power floating in the air. However, the phoenix could not clearly see the situation of the magic power outside of the flames. After hovering in the air for a while, it familiarized itself with the phoenix's flying ability. After a while, it found the location of the Phoenix Parasol Forest and flew directly there. It's very fast. I feel that it should be supersonic. It's not slower than a cheese unicorn Charlie, maybe even faster. It's just that my Phoenix incarnation is still in its infancy and has not been fully developed. In a few breaths, he had already arrived at the Phoenix Parasol Forest. The flame dragon bird and red sparrow that were entrenched here seemed to have sensed the phoenix's presence. The originally cheerful birds all hid in the forest and trembled in fear. The phoenix did not have draconic aura. However, its presence was an existence that all Fire Element World of Warcraft feared from the heart. It was even more fearful than normal World of Warcraft's draconic aura. Screech. List saw a Chi who was curiously looking at the phoenix. He wanted to greet her, but found that he was still speaking in bird language. Of course. After coming back to his senses, he immediately retracted his phoenix incarnation, put on his clothes, and summoned Fire Dragon. Under a Chi's surprised gaze, he rode on Leo and came to her side. What, don't you recognize me? A Chi opened her small mouth in surprise. Big brother, how did you become a phoenix? It's a long story. At this time, without the suppression of the phoenix's presence, the flame dragon bird and red sparrow in the Phoenix Parasol Forest had not yet recovered. They were swept by Fire Dragon's draconic aura and were scared out of their wits. Only the Phoenix Parasol Tree Great Elf, Infant, flew over on Goldie and looked at List curiously. It seemed like it did not recognize List. Only when Leo looked at it and Goldie in disdain did it confirm that it did not recognize the wrong person. List, you've become a flame dragon bird. Infant, I've become a phoenix, not a flame dragon bird. Screech, it looks so similar. It doesn't look like it at all. The flame dragon bird looks like a sparrow. How can it compare to the domineering and noble phoenix incarnation? But it really looks like it. Screech, but it's even more beautiful. Come here. He hugged Infant in his arms and then continued to communicate with a Chi. Because of Leo's destruction, the phoenix couldn't hatch. Instead, it fused with me, giving me an ability similar to a druid's transformation. A Chi, help me study the phoenix incarnation in the next few days. A Chi nodded. Of course, a Chi will definitely help Big Brother dig out all the pros and cons of the phoenix incarnation. Chapter 967. A Chi's research task was very heavy. List was distressed, but he couldn't leave her research. The phoenix egg, dry firewood, and phoenix blood stone had been handed over to a Chi to study how to preserve the phoenix fire seed. Of course, the most important thing was to study the phoenix incarnation to match the phoenix egg and preserve the phoenix fire seed. Brother, this is the ability of the phoenix incarnation for the time being. There may be some hidden abilities, such as rebirth from the fire, but it is very difficult to study. It is best not to try it for brother's safety. A Chi handed the research materials to List. As for magic, a Chi will try to help brother improve it. According to a Chi's research and List's information from the Phoenix bloodline, the abilities of the Phoenix incarnation were basically created. There were about 6 magical and incredible abilities. The first one, Rising Flames, the Phoenix had the ability to fly in flames. As long as there was a gap, its speed could exceed the speed of sound. Even if there was a wall in front, as long as there was a slightly large gap in the wall, it could directly rush through. The second one, Physical Immunity, the Phoenix incarnation was the form of supreme magic condensation. Any physical attack could not cause damage to the Phoenix incarnation, which was equivalent to an immortal body. The third one, Monstrous Magic, many fire magic was engraved in the bloodline instinct of the Phoenix incarnation. However, List could only cast a magic similar to Flame Cut. After all, his Phoenix incarnation was still in its infancy, but Flame Cut was based on high magic, and its power was equivalent to that of an ordinary magic shooter. Slightly inferior to the fighting power of a dragon, it obviously could not reach the magic level of a Qi who was riding a unicorn. List hoped that a Qi could help him design a few simple magic that was suitable for the Phoenix incarnation. If he used talent magic, it would consume too much energy. The fourth one, semi-elementalization, this meant that he could turn part of his body into the Phoenix incarnation, and his body had gradually developed into the elemental incarnation of a magic shooter under the subtle influence of the Phoenix incarnation. However, without touching the magic net, he could only be semi-elementalization. The fifth one, sublimation of combat energy, his dragon combat energy and the dragon's long-term training were at the high magic level. However, at this moment, after swallowing the essence of the Phoenix and training with the dragon, what was extracted from the cells was not the high magic level dragon combat energy, but the supreme magic level dragon combat energy. When he and Leo entered the Dragon Knight mode, their combat power directly soared several times. When the dragon combat energy was completely transformed into the supreme magic combat energy, his strength would probably be the strongest among all the Dragon Knight. Finally, there was also the sixth one, 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix. This was the reward of the smoke mission, and a Qi speculated that once List completely merged with the Phoenix incarnation, he would have the ability to command birds. The reason was simple. List gradually realized that he seemed to be able to understand the cries of birds. When he flew in his Phoenix form, those fire dragon birds and red sparrows would shiver in fear when they saw him. Occasionally, they would let out one or two bird cries, as if they were expressing their submission and reverence to him. Even birds that were not of the fire element could vaguely sense the meaning of the bird's cry. Charlie can feel a special malice coming from Big Brother. This should be the unwillingness of the Phoenix to be devoured. This malice is preventing Big Brother from communicating with the birds. Perhaps by drawing out this malice, we can preserve the Phoenix's fire seed and allow it to grow again. Why would I want to communicate with birds? List always felt that the "all birds pay homage to the Phoenix" ability was very awkward. He was not a bird man, so he did not need to communicate with animals. Hee. A Qi giggled. If Big Brother can really develop the "all birds pay homage to the Phoenix" ability, wouldn't he be able to form the Flying Orders of Chivalry? The Burning Legion's Guards Orders of Chivalry can also be quickly dealt with. Those fire dragon birds and red sparrows are all excellent mounts. List decisively changed the topic. What do I have to do to draw out the remaining malice of the Phoenix? This involves the stripping of the soul. It just so happens that a Qi has made great progress in her research on Lich Andy. She has already made sufficient preparations and can strip him from the scar of fear and the dragon's soul at any time. Once a Qi has completed the stripping experiment, she can help Big Brother remove the malice of the Phoenix and inject it into the Phoenix egg. Let's do it as soon as possible. I can also feel that there is a barrier between me and the Phoenix's incarnation. I am still unable to merge with it. Perhaps it is this malice that repels me. December arrived. List did not return to Firewood Castle for the past half a month. He only stayed in the endless volcanoes, researching the Phoenix's incarnation. At the same time, he strengthened Leo's training and repeatedly cut away the malice that Leo had nurtured. He polished his own soul imprint more and more clearly, and the suppression on Leo became stronger and stronger. Based on this progress, in another 2 to 3 months, the soul imprint will be completed. My training with Leo will then reach the perfect Dragon Knight stage. At that time, even if he did not personally suppress it, the soul imprint would forcefully reverse Leo's malice. Just like that. He and a Qi returned to Reed City together. A Qi began to set up Lich Andy's soul-stripping experiment, while he went to Firewood Castle to inspect the progress of the territory's construction. Reality proved that the development committee had done a good job. It was not that they could not do anything without his territory. As long as he could ensure that the dragon's high-end combat power was enough to suppress the Fire Kingdom, the Knight level would naturally be able to maintain the internal operations of the kingdom. After all, he did not reform the new system, nor did he upgrade the technology tree. Other than creating some white paper, glass products, strengthening the concept of hygiene and civilization, developing some infrastructure, magic projects, and formulating some reliable and unreliable strategies, he did not bring about too many changes. Everything was built on the foundation of the knight system, and it was not abrupt at all. In this magical fantasy world, even if there were some changes that were out of the ordinary, it was not surprising. After all, the people here saw dragons, elves, unicorns, and magic shooters all day long. They grew up listening to all kinds of incredible and mysterious legends. Everyone's ability to accept things was very strong. However, in the face of this situation, List actually felt a little disappointed, as if he had become an unimportant person. In the past, he often complained that he was so busy with work that he did not have time to breathe. When there was no work, he felt empty and lost. However, he quickly adjusted his mentality. This is good. My dream has never been to be a king. Traveling the world, experiencing countless mysterious sceneries, and exploring the origin of mysteries, this is what I should be doing. When the country is on the right track, I will go out and explore. There were many people living in Firewood Castle. All the members of the Tulip family had moved here. Lee William, Lady Penelope, Lady Marie, Loria, and little Richard had moved here. His brother Levis was in charge of the development of Dragon Valley City, and his half-brother Lytton had entered orders of chivalry for training. He did not live in Firewood Castle. His sister Elvira and the Basil family that she had married into had also moved to Flame Island, settling down in Jade City and participating in the construction. Because the center of the territory had been moved to Reed City, a new Tulip Castle was being built there for the convenience of work. When it was finished, Lee William would bring the members of the Tulip family to move into the new castle. There were many castles under construction, built by the great nobles for their own convenience. They could not live in wooden houses like ordinary knights. In fact, List had already chosen a location for his royal city. Firewood City, Jade City, Reed City, Dragon Valley City, and Estuary City were all rejected. He had officially decided to build the royal city near the sacred mountain of the Moon Slayers. Emily had been commanding the giant elephant orders of chivalry to build a road towards the sacred mountain of the Moon Slayers. In 3 years, to repair the royal city, the most important thing is to repair my palace. Please remember the domain name of this book. Godly Emperor of the Nine Heavens mobile version. Chapter 968. Emily, when the mammoth orders of chivalry arrive at the sacred mountain of the Moonkiller tribe, contact the local knight and magician who I sent to manage the sacred tribe. Ask the Moonkiller tribe to help the mammoth orders of chivalry build the city. List met with Countess Emily, who had returned to the castle to report. I've appointed Jemiah Rammed Earth as the chief commander of the city construction. He'll lead the construction team to choose a suitable location for the city and the palace near the sacred mountain. He'll finish the preliminary work first. As you wish, Your Highness. How's your relationship with Ethan going? I've made a lot of progress. Ethan really likes the bone-burning wine, so I'll start from there. I'll drink with him to win his favor. I've also found a fruit wine brewed by the Moonkiller tribe. After blending it, the taste of the bone wine has been improved, and it successfully replaced the original bone wine. So Ethan is no longer against you. When do you think you'll get the chance to fight the soul battle? List asked. Emily shook her head. Not yet, but Ethan has already relented. I believe the soul battle will come very soon. There's nothing special about Ethan's soul battle. You just have to face his heart and defeat him. I don't have much to teach you in this regard, because I destroyed the soul brand of the first Dragon Knight when Ethan was in a deep coma, List said. The young lady was full of confidence. Don't worry, Your Highness. Emily will definitely defeat Ethan's soul. I'm looking forward to this moment. List said with a smile. His handsome face coupled with his charming smile instantly struck Emily's heart, causing her heart to ripple unceasingly. Her face involuntarily turned crimson. Your Highness, your temperament has become somewhat different after returning from this trip. How so? Emily tried to find the right words to describe it. You seem to have become more domineering and aggressive. You can't look me in the eye, as if you can see through me. This was the change brought about by the Phoenix incarnation. The Phoenix was not a gentle and pure creature like the unicorn. The Phoenix that was born from bathing in flames was a synonym for domineering and arrogant. This was a completely different image from the Phoenix on Earth, which represented good luck. It would be more appropriate to call a phoenix an immortal bird. List walked in front of the girl and looked into her eyes with a faint smile. Then what do you think I've seen through your heart? Emily wanted to avoid his burning gaze, but she quickly suppressed her shyness and looked straight into List's eyes. Emily doesn't have anything on her mind. I'm just willing to devote myself to your Highness. It was very straightforward. However, the atmosphere here was very open. A knight could boldly pursue a young lady, and a young lady could boldly pursue a knight. Even married knight and noblewomen would often fool around outside, even in public. As long as both sides could accept it, it was normal for them to go their separate ways. Of course, this did not mean that fooling around was moral. It was just that human nature was complicated. There would always be people who abided by morality, and there would always be people who broke it. Emily's bold confession made List lose the joy of teasing the girl. He smiled a little awkwardly. You're still too young, Emily. The girl straightened her chest and said in a slightly hurried tone, Your Highness, I'm already 14 years old. After the new year, I'll be 15 years old. Let's talk about it when you're an adult. Right now, focus on riding the dragon. I hope that when the Fire Kingdom is established, I won't be the only dragon knight in the kingdom. Feeling Emily's breath, he changed the topic. This year was Sapphire Calendar Year 155. 3 years later, which was Sapphire Calendar Year 158, the Fire Kingdom would be established. At that time, he would be 23 years old, and Emily would be 17 years old, an adult. Achi would be 47 years old, still a long way from adulthood. It was hard to calculate when a siren would become an adult. When he first met an old siren called Izzy, she was already more than 400 years old. She was born from a conch shell. She grew her legs at the age of 55 and officially became an adult. Achi was born from a scallop shell. It was hard to say whether she would become an adult at the age of 55 like Izzy. Moreover, after becoming a magic shooter and obtaining elemental incarnation, Achi had already grown her legs. It was not impossible to say that she had long become an adult. Facing List's change of topic, the girl Emily's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, but she quickly adjusted. I'll grow up quickly, Your Highness. This hint of disappointment was still caught by List. He suddenly reached out his hand, lifted Emily's chin, and said gently, Grow up quickly. In an instant, Emily felt an electric current hit her body, giving her great excitement. Her chin unconsciously rubbed against List's fingertips, and she nodded heavily. Yes. The Phoenix incarnation was one of List's trump cards. He did not reveal it to anyone except Achi. He still chose to travel around on the invisible dragon bard. After seeing off the excited Emily, he went to the Reed Tower in Reed City to check on the progress of Achi's experiment. Your Highness, you're here. The twins, Lucy and Lucy, were like the two little butlers of the Reed Tower. They learned from the High Mage and made rapid progress. They were no longer magic apprentices. Just 2 months ago, the younger sister, Ruth, had released an ordinary water magic, water arrow volley, and became a real magician. A month ago, the older sister, Lucy, had also successfully released an ordinary fire magic, big fireball, and became a qualified magician. And they were only 13 years old. 3 years ago, around the same time as Emily, they were sent to the Magic Academy by Liszt and recommended to Chris as apprentices. 3 years later, both of them had become mages, enough to be crowned with the title of Genius Mage. According to the cultivation system of mages, apprentices usually started at the age of 10 to 15. The twins were chosen by Liszt at the age of 10. After 5 years of study, apprentices who could become mages before the age of 20 were all geniuses. With their insight and understanding of magic, they had the chance to become archmages. For the twins to become mages in 3 years, it was almost certain that they would become archmages. "Hello, Lucy, Ruth." Liszt greeted the twins kindly, but in his heart, he wondered if the twins would have the chance to become magic shooters after many years. After all, they were magic geniuses named by the Smoke Mission. Maybe they really had the chance. They watched as Liszt entered the laboratory. The younger sister Ruth immediately put on a look of infatuation. "Your Highness is so handsome, like a blazing flame." Standing in front of His Highness, "I am so nervous that I can't breathe." The elder sister Lucy looked at her sister helplessly. "His Highness is the future king. Don't always think nonsense, okay? What's wrong with that? Why do you care what I think?" "Humph. Devotion to the truth is what a mage should do." "Sister, you are so stupid. His Highness doesn't like mages. His Highness likes arcanists. In the future, we will all become arcanists." "No, I want to become an arcana tutor, a powerful arcana tutor like Teacher He." Ruth held her head high, a few small freckles on her face as proud as her expression. Lucy did not speak. She picked up a magic book and read it carefully. The cover of the book read, "Grand Arcanists, Issue 13, published by the Arcana Assessment Board." The cover was an old great mage wearing a magic cloak. Although it was a drawing, it looked like a real person. Next to it was a line of eye-catching serpentines: inventor of the magic bicycle, leader of the power research group, Gundolf Truth. Chapter 969. The Great Arcanist was undoubtedly the brainchild of Liszt. He felt that the lack of magazines and newspapers in this world was a bit of an entertainment shortage. But there was no point in publishing a newspaper, because he didn't need to read it to know everything that was happening in his territory. With the repeated improvements of the Magic Platform by the Guild of Magic, it had now entered the era of Magic Platform 5.0. It was miniaturized, standardized, confidential, and simple. He could receive news from all over the territory at any time, and then there was a special squire to sort out the messages and send them to his desk. Therefore, there was no newspaper, but there was internal information, which was basically used for internal circulation of officials and nobles. But with the increasing popularity of the white paper, the territory's publishing industry began to flourish. Coupled with the conscious reform of the mage system, he signaled the Guild of Magic to publish The Great Arcanist, a periodical that focused on academics, so that the mages in the territory could set out for glory and make more inventions. Lucy didn't miss any issue of The Great Arcanist. She hoped that one day she could also be on the cover of this periodical. She was reading about Gundolf Truth. This great mage, Gundolf, came from the Kingdom of Eagle's vassal state, the Principality of Chrysoberyl. When he came, he didn't come alone, but with 11 mage apprentices and a large number of magic apprentices. Unlike the usual mages who were selfish and eccentric, Gundolf liked to teach magic. After learning that the Grand Duchy of Sapphire had given birth to an archmage, Gundolf took his disciples on a pilgrimage to Sapphire. After visiting the Guild of Magic, he immediately decided to stay here and join the guild. He was now a member of the Arcanist Assessment Board, and with the invention of the magic two-wheeled bicycle, he was promoted from an ordinary Arcanist to an Arcanist Master, becoming the 6th Arcanist Master of the Guild of Magic. I have a strong interest in dynamics and have been engaged in research in this area for many years. After coming to His Highness's territory, I found the wheelbarrow and couldn't help but be amazed by His Highness's invention. Compared with the carriage, the wheelbarrow can be said to be beneficial to the country and the people. Gandalf said in an interview with the editor of the Great Arcanist. Since then, he had a soft spot for the wheelbarrow and decided to improve it into a more convenient vehicle. One day, when he was collecting information in the plantation, he saw a serf pushing a broken wheelbarrow. The wheelbarrow had almost only one wheel left. Therefore, when the serfs pushed the wheelbarrow, they could put their bodies on the handlebars and let the wheelbarrow run by itself. This quickly gave Gandalf an idea. Since a wheelbarrow can be pushed by hand, why not make a wheelbarrow that can be pushed by foot? But pushing a wheelbarrow with one's feet was easier said than done. However, the glory of list shines on every arcanist who is willing to think. When Gandalf saw the wheels the serfs used to fetch water from the well, he was suddenly inspired. So he invented a wheelbarrow that could be stepped on, but he soon discovered that the wheelbarrow was not easy to balance. So he added a wheel. It became a two-wheeled vehicle, also known as a bicycle. Unlike the bicycle on Earth, the front wheel of this bicycle was very large, and the pedals were directly connected to the wheel. The rear wheel was very small and was only used for stability. Then Gandalf went on to set up a magic array for the bicycle so that it can run on its own. And so the magic two-wheeled bicycle was born. What a great invention! I hope I can also invent an invention like the magic two-wheeled bicycle. Lucy said enviously after reading the report. Lucy, who was mopping the floor, did not even raise her head and said contemptuously, "What's so great about that? Wait until the day I develop a bicycle that can fly in the sky, then that's called great." Brother, you're here. Yes. Achi has just finished the experiment of stripping Lich Andy's soul. Several great sorcerers are now dealing with the trivial matters of Lich Andy. Achi pointed to the glass compartment of the laboratory, where several great sorcerers were busy collecting data and information. Among them was the vice president of the Guild of Magic, Kenley. Unlike Crazy, who mainly focused on administration, Kenley was very addicted to magic experiments and often came to Achi's lab to help out and gain experience. The trivial matters were quickly completed. Lich Andy was pushed out of the glass compartment, and the great sorcerers also saluted to List, "Your Highness." No need to be so polite. List walked to the stretcher and looked at the old, shriveled, humanoid creature that looked almost like Gollum in The Lord of the Rings, lying on the stretcher. He asked, "This is Lich Andy?" After being stripped of the scar of fear and the dragon soul, Lich Andy has returned to his human form. However, his body is on the verge of collapse because of the erosion of the soul power. He won't live for more than a few days. Achi explained and pointed to the transparent jar in the hands of another great sorcerer. The dragon soul of the sapphire dragon is seriously polluted and needs to be purified for a period of time. The jar was a kind of soul container made by Achi. The container was filled with a special liquid, and a dark blue transparent sapphire dragon shadow was swimming in the liquid. This is the dragon soul? Yes, there's also the scar of fear over there. The scar of fear was an armor, a magical armor. Unlike ordinary armor, although the surface of this armor was silvery white, the inside was made of a material as black as ink. It was similar to the material of the sapphire dragon bow that List removed from the ghost ship. A great sorcerer recognized this material, obsidian, a kind of gemstone associated with old dragons. It's very rare, but I don't know what its function is. A dragon over 800 years old was an old dragon. At this time, the dragon would leave its place of residence and fly to the legendary Valley of the Dragon. No one could follow the old dragon and find the Valley of the Dragon. Some even speculated that the Valley of the Dragon did not exist, and the old dragon just didn't want to die in front of humans. Obsidian. List picked up the scar of fear and felt cold in his hand. It was not a physical coldness, but a coldness that penetrated deep into the soul. It doesn't seem to be a stone, but more like metal. Obsidian is like metal and crystal. It's very strange. So what is the use of this armor besides transforming into a lich? Let's use the ancient book of knowledge to identify it. Achi had just stripped off the scar of fear and hadn't had time to study it. She took out the ancient book of knowledge, and soon with a ray of light, a few words of the moon appeared in the book: obsidian, mithril, elven blood, isolation banishing fog. The materials were clear, but the function introduced at the end, isolation banishing fog, was somewhat unclear. Achi quickly guessed, could it be some kind of fog used by the lich to isolate the land of exile? According to the existing information about the land of exile, this is the border between reality and illusion. Once the soul enters, it will sink. It is likely that the scar of fear can rely on banishing the fog to keep the soul awake. It's possible. It's a good artifact. I have to put it away. Lich Andy's soul-stripping experiment was completed. Andy, who was like a grunt, was taken by the great sorcerers for related soul research. The dragon soul of the sapphire dragon needed to be purified, and it was also an excellent research material. It was left in Achi's laboratory. There was no hurry to treat the sapphire dragon. After all, Grand Duke Andrew was not dead yet. At this moment, Achi had accumulated enough experience to help List remove the remaining malice of the phoenix. Chapter 970. With a tremble of his soul, List, with Achi's help, had successfully extracted the remaining malice of the phoenix from his soul and injected it into the petrified phoenix egg through the magic array. At the same time, a trace of List's consciousness was also extracted. This consciousness, similar to a spiritual imprint, was mixed into the phoenix egg and played a guiding role for the phoenix that would be born from the egg in the future. The intention of this spiritual imprint was very simple. It was to constantly hint to the Flame family. It was to pave the way for his descendants to subdue the phoenix in the future. He felt that he probably wouldn't be able to see the birth of a new phoenix. Brother, the phoenix egg already has a breath of life. As long as it is placed back in its original place and incubated, perhaps after many years, a new phoenix will be reborn from the fire. Achi said. Also, according to Brother's description, Achi designed a simple magic array for the nest of the phoenix to incubate. This can help the phoenix blood stone to more efficiently gather the fire attribute magic. Perhaps it will be of great help to the birth of the phoenix. That's good. Extracting some of the soul that contained the consciousness did not have many adverse effects on List, nor did he feel exhausted. The soul here was the condensation of spiritual power. However, the soul seemed to be a non-renewable resource, unless a new life was born. For example, a bird egg was a lifeless mass of liquid that eventually grew a soul and became a living creature. Pregnancy was the same. Two cells fused and finally grew into a mass of flesh that slowly gave birth to a soul. The so-called rebirth from the fire of the phoenix did not seem to be true immortality. Instead, after the soul withered, the body was reborn. It felt like asexual reproduction. From List's perspective, the soul that carried memories was a person's true personality. The body was just a shell. Of course. It was hard to say if the phoenix could remember its previous life once it was born. After all, this phoenix was swallowed by List before it could be reborn. After resting for a day and confirming that there were no negative effects, he quickly rode the invisible dragon bard, crossed 2 natural nodes, and arrived at the volcano of Doomsday. He then turned into a phoenix and plunged into the half-dormant volcano. A lot of the magma had fallen, but it was still red and tumbling. He could travel through it in the form of magic. So he quickly entered the original cave, put the dry wood and the phoenix egg in place, and then began to repair the cracks in the cave, and set up the magic array that Achi had prepared. I don't know if I can keep the phoenix fire seed if I do this. He summoned the smoke mission and found that the mission had not changed. It was still in an incomplete state. This? Dispersing the smoke, he began to frown. He had done everything he could and discussed many plans with Qi. Only this plan of stripping the soul had a glimmer of hope. Who would have thought that even though he had tried so hard, he still could not complete the mission? The phoenix seemed to have died forever. Something's wrong. If the phoenix is really dead, the smoke mission will definitely fail, but now it's just an incomplete state, there must be a way. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but look at the entire cave and the phoenix egg again. Then is there any other way to keep the phoenix's fire seed? Fire seed, he looked at the pile of firewood under the phoenix egg. Through the appraisal of the ancient book of knowledge, this branch was a parasol tree. However, it looked a little different from the branches of the phoenix parasol tree, but its nature was similar. They were both fire elemental trees, and they were not afraid of fire. Before, the parasol tree branch was in a burning state, although it was only an illusion of fire elemental magic. Does this mean that there are not enough parasol tree branches? Legend has it that the phoenix only lived on the parasol tree, and it would not land unless it was a parasol tree. When he thought of this, he did not hesitate and directly left the volcano of Doomsday, went to the phoenix parasol tree forest, and picked a group of strong phoenix parasol trees to cut down. Then, he dragged the parasol tree branches and quickly returned to the cave, piling all the branches under the phoenix egg. He felt that the fire elemental aura in the cave was obviously much stronger. He turned into the phoenix again, and fiercely fanned the fire a few times, increasing the fire elemental magic in the cave to a very high degree. At this time, the pile of firewood that had not changed finally turned into flames, and began to roast the phoenix egg. Is it done? List's heart moved, and he summoned the smoke mission. This time, the illusory smoke finally changed, and it was a good change that he had hoped to see. Mission completed. Reward: birds pay homage to the phoenix. Not bad, I finally kept the fire of the phoenix. He breathed a sigh of relief, and at this time, a new smoke mission was issued. Mission: the territory has built countless schools. Although they are basically in a state of chaos, basic education is slowly unfolding. As the snow on Black Horse Island is about to arrive, it is time for the schools to conclude. Why not select the first batch of outstanding students to receive better education? Reward: Dark Ring. Selecting outstanding students? This mission is simple. Just take an exam. The civilian-oriented students will take a written exam, and the knight-oriented students will compete. It is best to build a regular system of examination system. When I go back, I will let the development committee prepare. I really need to train some outstanding talents to lay the foundation for my future Burning Legion. He did not pay attention to the Dark Ring reward. He could not see any useful clues from this reward. Glancing around the phoenix nest that was already on the right track, he did not delay any more, and directly turned into a phoenix and left the volcano of Doomsday. Standing on the solidified magma rock at the crater, he pulled out the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword, stimulated the dragon's Do Chi that had gradually turned into a supreme magic, and slashed a few times. A few huge cracks suddenly appeared in the crater. However, List did not stop at all and continued to slash. These cracks gradually formed a few rough serpentines. This mountain is sealed. Idlers stop, List flame. The volcano of Doomsday was officially sealed. Admiring his calligraphy masterpiece, he felt that these serpentines were vigorous and powerful, imposing, and very interesting. He thought again, I will let a Qi come here another day to set up a magic array and completely seal the crater to prevent anything from accidentally entering and disturbing the incubation of the phoenix egg. In fact, there was no need to do these fancy actions. Except for him and Leo, basically no human or animal could go thousands of meters deep into the magma and find the phoenix nest. It was better than nothing. Let's go. Without any more tricks, he directly turned into a flaming phoenix and went straight to the sky. At this moment, his mental state had never been so carefree. Since stripping away the remaining malice of the phoenix and solving the breeding of the phoenix fire seed, he was completely relaxed. Information from the phoenix's bloodline quickly integrated into his soul. It was information about the phoenix's domination of all birds. All birds pay homage to the phoenix. Receiving this information, he turned his gaze to the phoenix nest of the phoenix parasol tree forest not far away, where the flame dragon bird and red sparrow lived. Chapter 971. Caw. The phoenix incarnation let out a cry, and all the flaming dragon birds and cardinal birds that lived in the phoenix tree forest gathered around List, as if they were protecting a king. Compared to the previous flock, the flock was even bigger now because another group of fire elemental birds were attracted by the phoenix forest and settled here. Among them, there were 15 new species of birds. They also had fire red feathers, but they were bigger, stronger than the fire drakes, and taller than the cardinals. Also, they had a strong fire elemental aura, which had reached the standard of super warcraft. However, they didn't have the aura of a dragon, so they weren't dragons. Caw. Caw. These new species of super warcraft had crow-like cries, and they also looked like crows. Seeing this, List named them Fire Ravens. Whether it was the super dragon beast, the flame dragon bird, the super magical beast, the fire crow, or the high-level magical beast, the red sparrow, their cries all had a specific meaning. In the past, List had been unable to understand it, but now that he had obtained information from the phoenix bloodline, he was gradually beginning to understand their cries. They were worshipping List's phoenix. Caw. List let out another strange, domineering cry. However, the phoenix didn't seem to have a language, so he didn't know what he was calling. However, as these birds circled around him, he gradually felt a strange connection between him and these birds. It was like a simplified elven contract. With a thought, he could communicate his thoughts to the birds that worshipped him. This was the true meaning of all birds worshipping the phoenix. Therefore, after familiarizing himself with this ability, he quickly gathered the disorderly flock of birds according to his thoughts. 5 flaming dragon birds took the lead, while 15 flaming ravens followed closely behind. 341 cardinal birds lined up in a row behind the phoenix transformation, circling around the phoenix tree forest. Soon, Goldie, Little Red, and Little Purple, the 3 flaming dragon birds, joined in. Among them, Goldie was carrying the phoenix forest's great elf, Infant. List, Phoenix. Infant sat on Goldie's back and pointed at List's phoenix and laughed. It was very interesting. Caw. Screech. Goldie, Little Red, and Little Purple also worshipped the phoenix's incarnation, and List also obtained a simple contract to drive them. In other words, List had tamed so many super dragons, Super World Warcraft, and Advanced World of Warcraft without any effort at all. With a thought, he quickly returned to his human body. The supreme demons that belonged to the phoenix quickly retracted into the depths of his cells. However, there was still a portion of the phoenix supreme magic that remained in his meridians, continuously refining his dragon chi, allowing him to reach the powerful strength of a magic shooter even without riding a dragon. Magic shooters relied on the magic net to stimulate their powerful strength, while his strength came directly from himself. Of course, the consumption was also huge. The amount of potions needed every day was 5 times more than before. When the dragon's fighting energy completely ascended to supreme magic level, the consumption would probably be more than 10 times. There were gains and losses, and supreme magic shooters could not be created directly. After he returned to his human body, the flock of birds that had been lined up neatly quickly stopped. They looked at List with countless doubts in their eyes. Because after List returned to his human body, the contract of the phoenix quickly disappeared, and he could no longer control the flock of birds. Very soon, The flock of birds scattered and found their own places to wander, no longer paying attention to List. However, they did not show any hostility towards List. Even when List approached a linnet that had landed and was foraging for food, this linnet that was bigger than a calf did not react at all. Even when List reached out to touch its feathers, it only dodged 2 steps to the side. Then, List continued to touch it, and it dodged twice before not dodging anymore. It was only when List flipped over and rode it that it became a little angry and wanted to shake List off. After a few failures, it accepted its fate. As List continued to drive it, it seemed to understand the meaning behind it and flew directly into the sky. After circling around for a while, List steered the cardinal to land again. Not bad. Although the phoenix reverence of all birds was disconnected due to the withdrawal of the phoenix incarnation, I now have the ability to blend into the flock of birds. It feels strange, but the ability is very practical. The conditions to form the flight orders of chivalry have been met. I remember that there are a few fire element sky knights in the territory. I can give them to linnets as rewards. The fire dragon birds and fire ravens belong to the future orders of chivalry and could not be given out at will. However, it did not matter to linnets. There were a total of 341 of them. Moreover, my Phoenix Incarnation ability might not only be used against fire element birds. Let me find some non-fire element birds and experiment with World of Warcraft. He did what he thought of. List bid farewell to Ainfant and indicated to the invisible dragon bard to stroll around on his own. He then transformed into a phoenix and flew into the distance. Soon, they found a few bird-type magical beasts in a forest. They were all low-level magical beasts. These low-level World of Warcraft birds trembled in fear when they saw the phoenix. It took them a while to get used to it. They circled around the phoenix and established a contract with the phoenix. Wind element white-necked goose, earth element rock sparrow, thunder element violet light bird. Oh, just as I thought, the phoenix reverence of all birds is not limited to fire element birds. I can establish a contract with all World of Warcraft birds and dragon beasts. I am now the king of all birds. The king of all birds, Bird King. Judging from the aesthetics of Earth, this title did not sound very elegant. However, in this world where the knight system existed, the ability to control all World of Warcraft birds was definitely a symbol of power that countless people admired and respected. After all, there were many noble surnames that were named after birds in World of Warcraft. The original owner of the precious Chi secret skill, Magic Eye, and Aura Decay, was Stephanie Vulture, whose surname was Bird. Only nobles could use words like World of Warcraft, flowers, gems, metals, and so on as surnames because these words represented strength, resources, and nobility. Commoners either did not have surnames, or they could only find a surname from rags. Most birds are not suitable for riding and cannot be developed into mounts, but there are still many birds that can be ridden, and some birds in World of Warcraft may even be used to transport goods, letters, and so on. List returned to his human form and stood on the branch of a towering tree. Beside him was the violet light bird that he could touch. This low-level thunder element World of Warcraft bird was only the size of a small pig, but it was very fast. I wonder if a Chi can find some information from the contract and develop a contract that allows a knight to sign with birds? He thought of the owl in Harry Potter, where the mages used owls to deliver letters. In this magical fantasy world, why can't a similar World of Warcraft be developed and used as a pet of the knight class to deliver letters and goods? Please remember the original domain name of this book. 9 Heavens God Emperor Mobile Version Website. Chapter 972. It was snowing on Black Horse Island, and winter was coming. Unlike the previous winter, when there was still a big battle atmosphere, Black Horse Island was now gradually depopulated. A large number of plantations were abandoned, and several small towns were almost uninhabited. Many workshops had also disappeared, leaving only a few places that still had a lively scene. One was the kelp town near the sea, which was an important magic potion production site. Many knight and serfs lived in the kelp forest. The other was Kelp City, a seaport city on Black Horse Island that was open to the outside world. Near Kelp City was Thorn Castle. Thomas, as usual, took the keys to each room and patrolled all the rooms up and down the castle. He patrolled all the way to the castle's study. Several young servants were cleaning the study, and when they saw Thomas, they greeted him, "Mr. Thomas." Thomas, with his meticulously combed hair and the same serious expression, just nodded lightly and personally joined in the work of arranging the books. "Master's most precious books are on the shelf. You must be careful when cleaning. Master said that knowledge is the most precious wealth." After teaching the young servants a few words, he also tidied up the books on the shelf. Then he pushed open the balcony door of the study and came to the snow-covered balcony, from which he could see Needle Grass Hill behind the castle. He looked at the hillside, and the familiar huge body had disappeared, which made him feel very lost. "Master has ridden the grey-mouthed iron dragon Orn to Flame Island, and the elves have been sent to Firewood Castle. Now Black Horse Island and Thorn Castle have become very quiet." What he once hoped for the most was to become the butler of Thorn Castle. Now that his wish was fulfilled, he was not as proud as he imagined. Because the butler of Thorn Castle was now only in charge of a few servants. The servants he was familiar with, Butler Carter, Mrs. Morrison, Mrs. Abby, the sexy little Lily, Irene who liked the kitchen, the stupid Tom, and the silly Jessie, all went to Firewood Castle and continued to follow his master. As for him, he, the former master's valet, was left behind in Thorn Castle. However, Thomas did not have much jealousy in his heart, because he had not been liked by Liszt from the beginning. The young master did not like to be served by a manservant. Moreover, as Liszt spent more time away from home than in the castle, his position as a valet only existed in name. Now that he had become the butler of Bramble Castle, he was more than satisfied. As a serving man, his greatest goal in life was to become a butler. As long as old Carter did not die, he would not be able to covet the position of chief butler of Firewood Castle and even the future royal palace. It's snowing again, and the new year is almost here. I wonder how Master is going to celebrate the new year in Firewood Castle. He shook his head and returned to the study. He closed the door carefully and continued to inspect the next room with the key in his hand. Compared to the desolate Thorn Castle, Firewood Castle was bustling. The servants were busy, and the elves were playing and quarreling in the castle. In the past few days, the noise had reached its peak. There was no other reason. The Thorn Plantation had been built near Firewood City. Ella and her worm stalks had been moved here and lived in Firewood Castle. At this moment, Ella had her hands on her waist and pointed at a naughty elf. "Wow, you bastard elf, you dare to throw jade powder? You're asking for a beating. Calabash elf, don't be afraid of it. If it dares to hit you, I will hit it." The one who spoke was the man-eating tree dragon elf, Carly. She was wearing a flack and holding a knife and fork as she tasted a fruit salad. "Ella, you can teach the calabash elf a lesson. I support you." Sitting at the same table with Carly was the buckwheat elf, Yachty, who had the intention to provoke a fight between Ella and Carly. Because of Ella's bad temper, she did not like this elf very much. As for Carly, she did not like the elf at all. Ella turned the muzzle and yelled at the two dragon elves, "Shut up. I'm educating the elf, it's none of your business." "Wow. Hee hee." Carly sneered. "Hee hee." Yachty smiled gently. "Liszt, they're quarreling again." A big elf with a strange flower on his head quietly climbed to the shoulder of Liszt, who was reading a book, and told him. Liszt put down the book in his hand and smiled at the big elf. "I know, Carl." Carl, the giant konjac elf, was one of the elves Liszt, who was familiar with the Bird King's ability. When he passed by the holy tribe on his way back, the holy tribe's listener Su offered him a gift. With the help of the knight and magician sent by List, Su subdued many Moonslayer tribes in one fell swoop and collected many elves. The only big sprite was the giant konjac big sprite that he named Karl. Giant konjac was a plant unique to Flame Island. It was known as corpse flower by the Moonslayer. List disliked corpse flower and forcibly changed it to giant konjac. In fact, he also wanted to change the name of the cannibal tree, but Carly liked the name cannibal tree and was unwilling to change it. There were magic ingredients in the giant konjac, so Carl was very valuable. It had an interesting personality and liked to snitch. Of course, from another perspective, it was called loyalty. Therefore, List liked Carl very much. He always felt that Carl was also an unusual elf. Basically, he liked elves with strange personalities and felt that they were full of vitality. Those with dull personalities always felt that they were not energetic enough. But in the Guild of Magic's research, there was no clear link between personality and the evolution of elves. "Aren't you going to stop them?" Carl asked curiously. "It's okay. They're still in the breaking stage. I believe they will like each other soon." "I don't think so." While they were chatting, the butler Carter knocked on the door and came in. "Master, the Marquis is back." "Oh, I'll go over and have a chat with Father." List gestured for Carl to play at the side. He walked over and knocked on Carly and Yadi's table. "Don't fan the flames, you two. Be united. Don't worry, List. With me around, there won't be any chaos," Carly said with her head held high. Yadi pursed her lips and did not say a word. When they came to the living room, Marquis Oxdale had just changed into his home clothes. The father and son talked about government affairs in the living room. The main thing was that List was more concerned about the territory's college entrance examination that had just ended. Marquis Oxdale took out a document. Just summarized the data. The schools in every town have completed the assessment. This is the list of outstanding students recommended by each school. List took it and casually flipped through a few pages. He did not see too many outstanding young students. He had each school specifically indicate the age and training time of the students. Any student who could become an Earth Knight within 3 years was a genius worth nurturing. I don't see a single talented student. There are still quite a few. Look at the schools in Fireforge City. There are already 14-year-old Earth Knights, and there's more than one. These 2 students are definitely geniuses. Lee William took out a list and pointed at a student named Duroden Red Apricot and a student named Custer Fengche. Still not talented enough. I have an impression of these 2 students. Duroden is Earl Duroden's son, while Custer is Viscount Delier's son. Duroden Red Apricot was a veteran sword saint, Earl. Delier Fengche was a Sky Knight, Viscount. Their sons had been nurtured from a young age. They advanced to an Earth Knight at the age of 14. Their talent was similar to List's brothers, Levis and Lytton. There was hope for a Sky Knight, but it was nearly impossible for a Dragon Knight. They're already outstanding enough, List. You can't expect everyone to be as talented as you and Emily, Lee Williams said, speechless. Even Yevich, who was selected for the Eagle Kingdom's Dragon Knight candidate program, was only a 13-year-old Earth Knight. Then I'll leave the arrangements for them to you, Father. Quickly establish the royal school and nurture them. When there are seedlings for the Dragon Knight candidate program, I'll pay attention to them. To List, only the Dragon Knight was worthy of his attention. He could nurture them into the foundation of the Fire Kingdom. Sky Knights were just a bunch of higher-level production materials. However, with the arrival of this list, the smoke mission was completed. Mission completed. Reward, Black Ring. Chapter 973. A Black Ring. List quickly found out the origin of this reward, the statue of the ancient archmage who killed the moon men. The black ring was found in a native tribe that was conquered by the holy tribe. It was worn by the tribe's listener and was the symbol of the tribe's authority. Emily, who was commanding the giant elephant orders of chivalry to level the terrain, brought the black ring back to Firewood Castle. List did not immediately check the attributes of the ring after receiving it. Instead, he said to Emily, "The giant elephant orders of chivalry will be handed over to my assistant for now. After you finish your training with Ethan, come to Firewood Castle for this year's New Year." Emily's eyes lit up and she quickly nodded. "Yes, Emily, thanks Your Highness for the invitation." To be able to spend the New Year's with Her Highness at Firewood Castle was a very meaningful occasion for her. Emily happily rode on the chocobo Loki and left Firewood Castle for Jade City to train. List summoned the smoke mission and looked at the new mission. Mission: in the blink of an eye, you are about to welcome your 5th New Year's Day in this world. As you grow older, your strength increases, and your identity changes, causing your mentality to change. You are no longer the poor little baron who hid in the countryside to entertain himself. However, life still needs to move forward. Please wait for the New Year's Day to end. Reward: Unknown Reward. The long-delayed Unknown Reward mission appeared once again. To List, this was like relaxing. He did not need to worry about the smoke mission. He only needed to wait for the New Year's Day to receive the reward. The weather on Blazing Island in December was dry and cold. Although it was not below zero, everything stopped growing. In the past, the Moon Men were like World of Warcraft, hiding in their nests and waiting for the next spring to revive. However, with the arrival of the firemen, Blazing Island had completely changed. The long and dry winter was a good time for construction. Countless serfs worked hard. Felling trees, leveling the land, reclaiming wastelands, building ditches, building workshops, building wooden houses. After List trained his dragon's chi once, he rode on the invisible dragon bard and entered the material boundary. He was prepared to patrol his territory in the last few days of Sapphire calendar year 155. First was the Infernal Realm. This was the first city on Blazing Island, which was positioned as a big agricultural city. Its development speed had fallen behind the other cities, but it had the largest population. Forests could no longer be seen around the city. Almost all the trees had been cut down, and everything else had been transformed into plantations. Due to the large amount of water flowing out of the Whirlpool Cave, the water storage capacity of the Whirlpool River was abundant. Mages from the Guild of Magic who studied water conservancy had instructed the serfs to build an irrigation network in the vicinity of Fireforge City. The canals were connected in all directions, irrigating nearly 5 million acres of land. As far as the eye could see, there were white ribbons of water, enveloping patches of oasis. To this day, the irrigation network known as the Tinder Whirlpool Irrigation Area was still being excavated. This world was probably nourished by magic. The physical qualities of humans were much better than those of humans on Earth. They had more strength, fewer illnesses, and were less likely to die. The Moonkiller serfs who lived in the forest for a long time had better physical fitness than the Flame People civilians. There was also a team of trainee knights who were in charge of excavating rocks from the mountains, and an expert team of ancient mages who were in charge of transforming the most difficult terrain. This made the infrastructure construction very smooth. Even without mechanical equipment such as excavators and bulldozers, the efficiency was no less than China's infrastructure speed on Earth. This made List very satisfied. Under his influence, the Fire Kingdom now had the temperament of an infrastructure maniac. We still need to upgrade. The roads in the Tinder Whirlpool Irrigation Area are not good enough. Most of them are dirt roads. The drought in winter is nothing, but when it rains in summer, it will become a disaster. This is not good. List took out a notebook and simply recorded his thoughts. We need to upgrade all these roads to cement roads as soon as possible. Unfortunately, there is no asphalt. Compared with hard cement roads, List actually preferred the asphalt road. Unfortunately, this world had never heard of coal, oil, and other resources, so naturally there was no asphalt as a byproduct. But it's very difficult to build a cement road in a short period of time. The cement renovation of several roads may consume most of the current cement workshop's output. The gravel road is not bad. A shovel-toothed elephant can trample out a few kilometers of country roads in a day. It's enough to pave gravel. After recording the road problems, he recorded the problems of the plantation. There were many problems with the plantation, mainly that some plants were not suitable for the climate of Flame Island. Once they left the influence of the cordyceps, they could not even survive. However, overall, the land of Flame Island was much more fertile than that of Black Horse Island. In addition, the Guild of Magic was developing various fertilizers, and the yield of crops per mu increased year by year. Rubber trees need to be planted in large quantities, potatoes need to be planted in large quantities, corn needs to be planted in large quantities. After the inspection of Tinder City, he immediately flew along Longshin Avenue to Dragon Valley City. Dragon Valley City was a major mining city. The 5 major mining areas of black iron, bronze, mercury, galena, and titanium mines were all high-quality and high-yield mining resources. In general, mining cities, pollution was very serious, but Dragon Valley City was much cleaner. The reason was very simple. All the iron-making workshops, copper-making workshops, mercury-making workshops, lead-making workshops, and titanium-making workshops all used fire dragon converters. With Leo's fire dragon super magic as the power source, no chemical dyes were needed. The furnace temperature was stable, and the efficiency was high. However, the construction capital of the fire dragon converter was not cheap. For these fire dragon supreme magic, List did not know how much magic potions he had given Leo. The workshop is still too rough and not delicate enough. Next time, I have to remind the development committee to set up professional factories such as steel bars and wire mills as soon as possible. And now there is no shortage of metal. The Guild of Magic also needs to hurry up and develop steam engines. I want to build aircraft carriers in the future. No. List fantasized in his notebook, it should be called the Wyvern Mothership, as a place for my dragons to stay when crossing the Devil's Sea. But it seems that a chi can make a lot of hard ice. When I'm with a chi, I can take as many dragons as I want. Leaving Dragon Valley City, he continued his inspection of the next stop, Jade City, which was not clearly located. This city was backed by Jade Mountain and was currently used for mining jade veins. However, there were also plans to build an irrigation area here and open up new plantations in the future. The cities under the Night System were mainly agricultural. The construction of Jade City was slow, so List did not urge him. He rode the invisible dragon bard all the way south to Estuary City. Estuary City was a major port city responsible for trade with Tulip Island. However, the development of Tulip Island had been delayed, so Estuary City could not play its role immediately. Now, the city was targeted for coastal development, to find suitable shallow waters for breeding black giant clams, pink conches, golden-lipped clams, as well as giant algae and kelp in the future. He also wanted to cultivate mangroves in the swamps of the estuary and expand the breeding of green caterpillars, mallards, and flamingos. List, who had the awe of the phoenix ability, was the king of birds. In the future, he would search for more birds that could be bred in World of Warcraft. Compared to hunting World of Warcraft to provide World of Warcraft meat, breeding World of Warcraft was more cost-effective, and this kind of breeding was sustainable. It's been a long time since I've gone down to the sea to search for sea elves and resource-type sea monsters. I'm probably like most native nobles now, setting my sights on the endless resources of the continent. I'd rather wage war and plunder than go fishing in the sea. He did not change the world, but the world had changed him. Fortunately, List always had a vision that surpassed this era and this world. Conquering the sea is also part of my plan. The Devil's Sea can't stop me. After inspecting Estuary City, he directly traveled through space to Reed City. Reed City was a major trade city because the Heart-Reed teleportation circle was located here. Before the new teleportation circle was opened, Reed City would be the only channel of communication between Flame Island and the outside world. That was why the development of Reed City was at the speed of building a few buildings in a single night. There were too many people in the city, and to avoid crowding, List's request was to build tall buildings with 6 floors. The invention of cement, the use of steel, and the production of bricks all made it possible to build high-rise buildings at a low cost. Just as he was about to find some flaws in the development of Reed City, the ground in the distance suddenly rumbled as if there was an earthquake. He turned to look and saw a small mountain that blocked traffic. It was as if a great force was slowly pushing it back into the ground, and the ground soon became flat. Oh, it's a Chi. She's mastered the Earth incarnation perfectly. Chapter 974. He flew over on his dragon. Sure enough, a Chi was riding Charlie the unicorn, casting spells with the 8-dragon sword in one hand. With Charlie's enhancement of her high magic power to the level of supreme magic, she could now release all kinds of magic at will without the need to follow a certain esoteric meaning. Brother, a Chi has already mastered the Earth elemental incarnation. It's very easy to transform the mountains and rivers. If there's any terrain that needs to be transformed on the blazing island, just leave it to a Chi. After seeing List, a Chi said with a smile. She was a little tired from researching magic, especially the soul. She wanted to find another way to relax. I see. Let the Guild of Magic study the terrain of the blazing island and see how to transform it. But there are 2 places that we can try to transform first. Fire City and Jade City are mainly plantations. I'll leave the leveling of the land to you. By the way, are you sure the terrain that has been transformed by magic is suitable for planting? List thought of a problem. A Chi was stunned for a moment. Then, she rode on Charlie and landed on the hill that she had slapped into the ground. After a few tests with magic, she said with some annoyance, "Brother, it doesn't seem to work. Earth magic has the effect of hardening the soil. The ground that I've transformed is too hard." Not only was it hard, but it even showed signs of petrification. Basically, it could no longer be cultivated. Then don't be in a hurry to transform the farmland. Your Earth elemental incarnation is most suitable for building roads, canals, and cities. Brother, do you want a Chi to build a sky canal from the entrance of the whirlpool to the river? A Chi did not forget her previous idea. She had always wanted to restore the wonder built by the ancient magic shooters, the Sky Canal. Forget it. The Great Whirlpool Teleportation Formation is basically abandoned. There's no point in developing the Whirlpool Islands. If I have time, I think we can close the Great Whirlpool Teleportation Formation and use the natural node at the entrance of the whirlpool. It's also time to open the second teleportation formation. Where does brother intend to open the second teleportation formation? To Snowstorm Mountain Duchy. List narrowed his eyes and thought of a new natural node discovered 2 days ago. He had originally planned to send some supplies to Yevich Peanut so that he could continue to attack the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy. However, he had accidentally discovered a natural node located at the border between the Yellowstone Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom on the legendary continent. It was less than 100 kilometers away from the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy. It was a dense forest. It looked ordinary, but List suspected that there was a mine buried underneath. Basically, the natural nodes were related to the supreme magic, which meant that they were related to the dragons. I plan to use this new teleportation portal to connect the Jade City and the legendary continent. I plan to build a city on the continent as a trading point with the Snow Wind Dukedom. Then let's set it up after the new year. Yes. After learning about a Chi's Earth Elemental incarnation, List handed the pitch-black ring he had just obtained to a Chi to appraise. He touched the black ring that looked like a thumb ring. It looked like some kind of metal alloy, but it did not have any magic reaction and could not be activated by combat aura. The ancient book of knowledge touched the pitch-black ring, and very quickly, a ray of light blossomed. It discovered a section of moon language, metal alloy, equivalent alchemy. What does that mean? List was too lazy to use his brain, so he asked directly. A Chi carefully examined the few moon language and said, "Brother, if a Chi's guess is correct, this pitch-black ring is made from the metal of all the metal dragons." The metal of all the metal dragons? Just like before he obtained the jewel crown, he did not know that there were 36 types of jewel dragons, so naturally, he did not know how many types of metal dragons there were. He did not even know how many types of metal there were on Earth. After all, he had never memorized the periodic table of elements. He only knew that the Qinghai cowhide shed, that beauty belongs to you, and some common types of gold, silver, copper, iron, aluminum, tin, lead, titanium, manganese, sodium, potassium, calcium, cobalt, nickel, and mercury. However, there should be more types of metal dragons in this world than on Earth. After all, the Iron Dragon was divided into 5 types: Black Heart Iron Dragon, White Heart Iron Dragon, White Mouth Iron Dragon, Maw Mouth Iron Dragon, and Grey Mouth Iron Dragon. The Copper Dragon was also divided into 4 types: Bronze Dragon, Brass Dragon, Copper Dragon, and Copper Dragon. No one knew whether the Silver Dragon was divided into Silver Dragon, Black Dragon, and so on. Or whether the Gold Dragon was divided into Krypton Gold Dragon, 24K Gold Dragon, and so on. He was a little surprised. How much effort did the ancient magic shooters have to spend to gather so many metal dragons? I don't know. The ancient book of knowledge can't identify how many types of metal the black ring has. It only has a general concept of metal alloys. A Chi shook her head. However, a Chi has some clues about its function. It should be related to the legendary alchemy. Does alchemy really exist? List wanted to refute that it was against science to turn a stone into gold, but this was a fantasy world. Everything was possible. I need to study it in depth. Then you take it first and study it when you have time. Basically, the 6 sealing artifacts of the ancient magic shooters are all equipment suitable for magic shooters. It's not fated with me. List felt a little regretful. He also wanted to get some artifacts inherited from the ancient times, but the ancient times were a magic civilization. The artifacts, from the Scepter of Time, the 8-Dragon Sword, the Ancient Book of Knowledge, the Jewel Crown, the Black Ring, and the Scar of Fear, were all prepared for the spellcaster profession. At that time, the knight was just a magician's retainer, so he probably couldn't use any good equipment. As a result, List's daily sword was only a great elf weapon, the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword. He didn't get the Dragon Tooth weapon, the Dragon Elf weapon, or the Dragon Soul weapon. These Dragon Tooth, Dragon Soul, and Dragon Elf weapons that were comparable to the ancient magic shooters' artifacts were basically kept in the hands of the dragon-rearing family and rarely spread to the outside world. For example, the Sapphire Grand Duke only used a great elf weapon, the Wailing Cage Sword. Brother can use the Jewel Crown and the 8-Dragon Sword too, a Chi said. But I can't use their full power. They are magic shooters' equipment after all. But you don't have to worry about me. I have the Bone Dragon Sword and the Spear of Rat Halos, which are far better than any divine weapon. Moreover, the Orichalcum Dragon Marta made me the Orichalcum Dragon Spear, and the Fury of Thunder are pretty good. The Fury of Thunder was the light green sapphire dragon Knight Carl Low Violet's dragon spear. The material was probably an alloy mixed with magic metal. It was slightly inferior to the Orichalcum Dragon Spear. The 2 dragon spears didn't have any additional attributes, but they had good magic conductivity, which was enough to unleash the Dragon Knight's powerful attack power. It was enough for List. He would use the Fury of Thunder and the Orichalcum Dragon Spear in daily battles. When he was in a real battle, the Bone Dragon Winnie would make armor and weapons for him. The Fire Dragon Leo could also turn into the Spear of Rat Halos to help in battle. However, Leo's true dragon form was more powerful. The Bone Dragon Winnie couldn't fly, so she had no choice but to fight in her armor form. In the next 2 days, a Chi followed List around to modify the terrain of Flame Island. Her Earth Elemental incarnation was like a map editor, allowing List to happily edit the map and adjust the geography of Flame Island according to his imagination. In the blink of an eye, the new year arrived. Sapphire calendar year 155 ended and 156 began. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens God Emperor mobile version website. Chapter 975. A huge sand table was built in the hall of Firewood Castle. It was a topographic map of Blazing Island that a Chi spent half a day to make. It was very detailed, and even a small river and a small town were reflected in the sand table. However, there were some differences between the sand table and the actual terrain. There were 7 horizontal and 8 vertical rock roads. These were the main transportation routes of the future Blazing Island that List had imagined while looking at the sand table. There were also some amber roads that stored water, canals that connected the rivers, and so on. On the day of the new year, Knight, Viscount and nobles from all over Blazing Island, including Yevich who had just returned from a long voyage, and the Moonkiller tribe listeners, had all rushed to Firewood Castle to attend the luncheon. As there were more than 100 people, the dining hall could not accommodate them all. Therefore, it was changed to an open-air buffet. At this moment, everyone was gathered in the hall, looking at the sand table model of Blazing Island and marveling at the model. They had all seen the map of Blazing Islands released by the Guild of Magic, but the map was not as clear as the sand table. So this is where we live. This is the Blazing Mountain. The Jade Mountain is here, and I work in the Jade City. The Dragon Valley is here. You can also see the Galena. I'm in charge of this mining area. So our Cloud tribe lives here. But I've already led a team of experts to work in the King's City. Why does it feel so close after walking for so many days? This is a sand table, just like a map. It looks close, but it's actually very far. What a miraculous sand table. Only His Excellency Achilles Ides could create such an exquisite treasure. I wonder if His Excellency Achilles can make a sand table of the legendary continent one day. I can't wait to know how far Blazing Island is from the legendary continent. It should be about the distance from here to the castle gate. Is this a road? It should be a road. Does His Highness want to build a road? Don't we already have a few roads? The Oxtail Marquis quickly walked over and greeted everyone. He then explained to the nobles on behalf of List, although the development area of Blazing Island is not big, His Highness already has a general plan in mind. These 15 roads, 7 horizontal and 8 vertical, will be the main transportation network of Blazing Island in the future, leaving it to his father to send away the nobles who had come to the castle for the lunch banquet. List hid in the study and chatted with Achi, Chris, Emily, Di Maria, and Sassamit, Holy Tribe listener. At the luncheon today, I'm going to announce a plan to pacify the imbalance of the nobility among the ancient mages. Sorcerers are strictly prohibited from obtaining noble titles, but ancient sorcerers can be a little more flexible, he said leisurely while sipping the best green tea. The development committee encountered a problem. The ancient magicians were not satisfied with the current system of nobility. They wanted to integrate into the system of knight nobility. However, the knight system had excluded mages from the very beginning, and no country had ever conferred knighthood to mages. The nobles could worship mages and give them good social status, but they would never allow mages to touch the foundation of the ruling class, the nobility system. The ancient sorcerers among the Moon Killers did not understand the night system well, and did not know the opposing relationship between mages and night. In the few times of bestowal, the ancient sorcerers only received material rewards and rewards for their children, but not any rewards related to nobility. This made the ancient sorcerers who were trying to integrate into the Fire Kingdom very resentful, and there were many times when they resisted. It was better to disperse than to block. List decided to distinguish the sorcerers from the ancient sorcerers. Ancient sorcerers can also be bestowed nobility, but their children must practice fighting energy and become a knight before they can inherit the title. Also, once the ancient sorcerers start a family, they must also change their lifestyle and completely integrate into the knight system. Sasamit, who was also the holy tribe listener Su, heard this and asked, "Seiki, don't call me Seiki anymore. You can call me Your Highness like the other nobles." "Yes, Your Highness." Su quickly changed the way she addressed him. "Do you know what it means to change your lifestyle? Most of the ancient sorcerers have adapted to the castle life, but the training system cannot be changed. It's not just training, nor is it just adapting to the castle life, but integrating in all aspects, such as making a suitable surname, believing in the glory of the knight, abandoning the concept of tribe, participating in the noble society, and so on. Su, you have to understand that the Moon Killer's life in the forest is very backward, and the knight system is the bright future." "I understand, Your Highness. I will try to change my lifestyle, completely integrate into the kingdom, and become a loyal follower of Your Highness." Su was a qualified lackey, and he had seen the power of Seiki and Biglized, so he was obedient to List. Seeing this, List smiled. "After 3 generations, I hope that there will be no titles like Moon Killers, Flame Killers, Eagle Killers, Steel Killers, and so on. All the people living under the protection of the Flame family will only have one common title, Citizens of the Fire Kingdom." This was pure bullshit. Based on the color of their skin, the Moon Killers were destined to be discriminated against and be at the bottom. Di Maria echoed, "Your Highness has great ambitions. The Fire Kingdom will definitely gather a strong sense of unity, and everyone will dedicate their loyalty to the kingdom and the Flame family." The luncheon ended with the cheers of the original tribes of the Moon Killers. The first batch of Moon Killer nobles was about to be born, and they would enjoy the same treatment as the Night nobles, except that their children would need to learn battle energy well before they could inherit the title. When these Night and ancient sorcerers left Firewood Fort and returned to their respective castles, only List's family, Achi, Emily, Chris, Paris, and the twins, Lucy and Ruth, were left in Firewood Fort. This made Emily a little disappointed. Originally, she thought that His Highness had only invited her. She did not expect Paris to be there too. She did not care about Chris, the president of the Guild of Magic, nor did she dare to care about Achi, the magic shooter. However, she was quite concerned about Paris, who was once rumored to be the lover of the Lord. Vaguely, the way they looked at Paris was tinged with hostility. Paris, on the other hand, only looked at Emily with a normal attitude. She had already spent the new year with List more than once. As List's strength and status grew, she had long hidden her love for him in her heart, and considered herself a loyal follower. Of course, if the Lord needed her, she was ready to offer her body at any time. As for Chris, she might have some love for List, but her mind was more immersed in the truth. Lucy and Ruth were brought over by Achi. She admired the twins very much, and had the intention of taking them in as disciples and teaching them seriously. Of course, the twins were more like 2 servants to Achi, helping Achi with some of the chores that she did not like. In fact, List had originally invited the vice president of the Guild of Magic, Kenley, but Kenley could not leave. The mages in the Guild of Magic were basically single dogs. They did not have the concept of family, and naturally did not have the idea of celebrating the new year. They still did their experiments during the holidays, so they could not do without her and Chris's management. Chris went to Firewood Fort, so she stayed on duty. It's really enviable. Looking at the few women chatting with List in the living room, Levis, who was tightly controlled by Rolia, could not help but exclaim in admiration. The few women here were all people of high status in the Fire Kingdom. They were both beautiful and powerful, and were the targets of love for countless knights. However, they were all spending the New Year's Day in Firewood Fort. They laughed heartily at the few cold jokes that List said, which were almost not funny at all. As for him, even when he had a lover outside, he had to be secretive, afraid that Rolia would find out. Too embarrassed to enter the living room, he left quietly. When he turned around, he could not help but mutter to himself, "Can you do whatever you want just because you have a dragon?" You're tuning into the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.